Out to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty. Good morning.
Good morning.
How's the sound, Tux? Be honest.
Sounds good.
Be honest. Okay.
No, sounds good.
Sweet. Yeah, trying out our new mixer here. So far, so good.
Hopefully it stays that way.
Eliminated the echo, I believe. I hope.
Yeah, I don't hear it right now. Sounds
okay,
good.
Sweet. All right, we already got 20 people on board. Guys, like and share. Let's get a good crowd as usual. This should be perhaps a little bit shorter show. We'll see with the viewers on stage, but we don't have a special guest lined up today. No dev report today. So things should go a little faster, but I'm sure we'll have a lengthy viewers on stage. So
The Monerotopia After Hours segment will be long as usual.
Yes. Yeah, let's get things started. I don't know unless there's anything you want to throw out there now in the beginning.
Yeah, we should mention that Sanita messaged and said that the first Monerotopia episode anniversary was this past Wednesday, January 31st.
Wow, yeah, completely.
2021.
3 years. Oh my god.
3 whole years, yeah.
That's kind of scary. Because we started Monerotopia way after Monero Talk. How long?
So Monero Talk was started in what, like 2019, 2020?
No, like 2018. Almost 2017. Wow. Yeah. I think early 2018. Jesus. This is like becoming a decade-long journey, guys. I'm aging. It's all fun though. I'm having a grand old time. But
yeah, I think Monero Talk and Monerotopia has been one of the main like avenues for like crypto and Monero, at least for me. That's the main reason I was able to find out all these prominent peoples. When I got into Monero, I'm like, oh, there's this show called Monero Talk. They probably talk about Monero. And I started listening to Monero Talk.
Yeah, I think we've done a good job at staying consistent. You know, that's the hard part, right? Sticking with it. We have the endurance, and we're definitely not going anywhere soon. Not until Monero hits $1,000, right? I'll be here for quite some time, and then probably thereafter as well.
Definitely got a few high 2024 predictions on that predictions wallet.
Oh, did we? Did we get some high ones?
Yeah, we got some pretty high ones.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know about that. 2024. I mean,
it's gonna be an interesting year.
Yeah. But things feel stronger than ever in terms of just people in general talking about Monero, it getting like kind of bleeding into the Bitcoin privacy space, adoption in the dark markets. I'm just seeing more and more growth for Monero in terms of adoption, and it's got that Lindy effect, Monero hasn't been around as long as Bitcoin, but longer than most. It's one of the oldest cryptos, and the longer it stays, right, the longer it probably will stay around. So it's really grabbed a stronghold, I feel like, in crypto in general, and so we should all be happy about that. But yeah, let's get it going, man. Let's do price report. I haven't been paying attention at all to Monero's price or anything that's going on in the economy. Actually, I've been head down working on Monero related projects. So I'm curious to hear what's going on. Want to get Bawdy up here?
That's what a resident non-financial advisor is here for. Fill you in.
Let's get them
All
up.
right, let's run that price report.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Local Monero. Avoid using KYC exchanges. Buy and sell Monero directly for fiat, peer-to-peer.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Morning, buddy.
Just getting ready to give some certified financial advice, anarchist financial advice. Come at me, bro. No, actually, please don't.
If you could
I
find
prefer you not to.
Ooh, you actually are way quieter than Bawdy now, Doug.
Uh-oh,
Really?
it's happening again.
Huh.
No, I think it's the level was the same before, but I didn't realize because I didn't have anything to compare it to.
I can turn my
okay.
mic down. Here, hang on a second. I'll
Yeah,
turn mine
Bawdy's
down.
is a little loud, so he turns his down. Doug, you turn yours up a little bit, and then you should be good.
Alrighty. Wait, you know what? Because then there's volume controls on. Oh, yeah, I see bodies. Hold on StreamYard itself.
I have the automatic set on my mic. For whatever reason, my microphone is like flashing at me when I try to turn it down.
Like the microphone has a light on it.
I'll pump my
Yeah, like
gain
there's
up a little bit.
All right,
Is that a little better?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's better. Now you two are more even.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Well, any I don't know, any other things to talk about before we launch into a bunch of macro bullshit?
Not really, man. I haven't been paying a lot of close attention to the doings this week. I don't know about you. I've had my head in other places, so you tell me. What did I miss?
Our favorite central banker gave his monthly FOMC speech. It's not exactly monthly, but almost. So Jerome Powell got up and talked about the economy and recovery and inflation. He didn't really say anything of that great importance, except for like one big headliner item. So first of all, they kept the interest rates the same, and then second, he talked about that most of the people on the Federal Reserve Board think that it will be appropriate at some point this year to start lowering rates. They further expounded upon the conditions by which they might think a rate drop would be appropriate. So, yeah, I guess that could be coming. He wasn't specific about like any time frame, nothing like that. He just said, "Hey, it seems like this is probably coming. We think this is going to be appropriate here." I'm pretty sure he said this year. I'm like 90% sure he said probably this year. But as always, they say that they're data driven. So I guess like that's kind of a good thing and kind of a bad thing, because if rates start dropping, that does scare us a little bit, because that's the pattern for the markets dropping. It won't scare me because I've got a decent amount of cash sitting on the side ready for that. Maybe it'll just pass me by. So who knows? But anyways, I got my fat stack of Monero, so I'll be holding on to that. So basically stable coined right now. Okay, so let's start with Monero. I added some new stuff. So hopefully for anyone out there that wants to see more Monero price related things, you can be more bored if it's just flat. All right, we'll start with the usual stuff. So this is Monero versus the US dollar. Actually, we've kind of moved up to the top side. So after this little bit of a washout here, Monero has kind of bounced back up. So that's nice. We saw the same thing. Like you see that reflected in the charts, the relative valuation of Monero to Bitcoin. So this chart still isn't that great, but the longer that we can just like trend sideways, there's maybe a slightly better chance that we don't come back down to the downside. I've actually been spending a lot of Monero. I need to top up again, so I'm kind of hoping that this thing gets to the downside here, so I can refresh my reserves. Monero versus Ethereum has actually gotten back and is now like this chart. Sorry, excuse me. This chart appears like it has probably found some kind of bottoming here. I mean, I say that it's hard to say that things can change quickly. I tend to think that there's still probably a little bit more upside for crypto, kind of like we talked about last week. We expected this move back to the upside. We weren't really too scared. It did seem like Grayscale rebalancing its ETF, because previously it was a trust and they had that negative NAV where their trading price on the Nasdaq was negative to the full assets of Bitcoin they held. So they actually had to sell off a lot of Bitcoin on that ETF after it converted. So I think that was probably a factor in the price drop. And once that finished, we said, okay, there's a decent chance things are going to move up. And luckily, that's what we've seen. So we've got some more gains. Probably some people on the show hold more than just Monero, although I'm sure we have some Monero extremists out there as well. We've seen something interesting with Poloniex, where they just continue to be highly price divergent and doing pretty significant volumes below Kraken. So everyone else is pretty centered around the 0 point, but Poloniex is still remains fairly negative in that regard. So I don't know what they're doing over there. I don't know if that means anything. I don't trust them. I don't trust Justin Sun. But that's what the chart looks like there. So today I also thought that we could look at some other stuff with basically Monero price relative to other assets. So for example, we're looking here at the XMR versus gold chart. And since gold is kind of flat too, there's just not a whole lot of volatility. You'll notice it looks almost exactly the same as the Monero versus USD chart. So not much to see here. Again, just trending sideways, falling volatility. I tend to think, that this chart could actually could trend sideways, maybe longer than even the XMR USD chart, because it seems like gold and Monero maybe I should do a correlation analysis on them at some point, but it seems like gold and Monero, since they have that similar dynamic with their price, that perhaps maybe Monero and gold pressure release valve gets released at the same time. So we could look at the Monero versus the Nasdaq as well. So this chart is not as fluffy, happy goodness as our stablecoin price, because it's kind of going down, right? Nasdaq is going up, Monero's been going down. This almost looks like a falling triangle. So if we were to draw this right here on a more shorter time frame, you could almost call this a falling triangle. Let's try and draw that. Yeah, so you kind of get this situation where it's doing that. It's not exactly a triangle, right? Because these top points don't connect, but it's basically you've got this flat bottom and this lowering lows here. So I wouldn't call that the best looking chart either. But hey, you guys asked for it, so this is what that chart looks like. Wave magic on it. You know what? Because of the way I have this script, I always have to multiply by a significant amount to get the lower lines to show up sometimes. Usually when I'm dividing assets by each other. So on the wave magic, this is actually headed down to this lower standard deviation cluster. And again, this is Monero versus the Nasdaq, right? How are we performing relative to the Nasdaq? So you just divide the one by the other. So yeah, right now, I don't like the way this setup is looking. It doesn't necessarily have to go down. I don't think that the Nasdaq necessarily has a whole lot more juice to squeeze. I think it still has more juice to squeeze. I think the direction is still up. We'll take a look at that in a second. But yeah, not the best looking chart here. This could plausibly, this chart could plausibly, from a wave magic standpoint, the price could kind of trend here on that bottom lower standard deviation and then maybe rebound. And if we've got a bull market coming to us, maybe within the next 6 to 9 months, or starting next year, then yeah, maybe this thing could trend down here and then start popping to the upside. So I'm not I wouldn't put too much stock in that chart. We're just looking at it kind of just because why not? It's fun to look at some different correlations and different comparisons to assets. In this case, we've got Monero times the dollar index. The reason that we multiply by the dollar index is because typically risk assets are inversely correlated with the dollar index. So if the Dixie is going up and your asset is also going up, that's actually performing really well. And we do the same thing with gold. It gives you a better idea of how the asset is really performing relative to kind of the macro situation in terms of dollars. And gold is actually a really good chart to look at that as well. But you'll see that there's really nothing to look at here. It's the same story as before, right? It's just flat. Monero's not doing much. So hopefully you guys enjoyed being bored here, looking at all the correlations from Monero to all the other stuff, or at least some of the other important stuff. Let's take a look at the transactions. Monero transactions are basically the same, right? We're sitting at about in between 20 and 25,000 transactions per day. I do like that we do seem to have been trending up now since really the bottom of the bear market. It's a very like mild trend to the upside, but it's definitely there. So that's nice. We can also let's take a look at the hash rate. We don't look at the hash rate enough anyways. So mining difficulty per day. We need to look at the difficulty. Yeah, that's okay. So where did we convert to RandomX? 2019. We converted to RandomX right about here. Try that again. There we go. Yeah, so we converted to RandomX right around there. And we've kind of been flat, right? Things are just kind of flattened off here. It's interesting because this almost you would almost say that this has some kind of like correlation to the price as well. So I suppose we just need to turn on more Monero miners. We need some more black hats out there hacking government computers and setting them to be Monero miners. Just kidding. Don't come at me, government. Christ. Those guys will come at you for saying anything. But it was just a joke, right? So you can't come at me. No.
Hack those Kubernetes clusters to mine Monero.
That's right. But only against the government, not against like regular people. Unless you want to hack their computer, mine, and then deposit Monero for them into their account.
This is all theoretical, like in Minecraft kind of thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. This is all testnet kind of stuff. I would never recommend anyone hacking anyone ever, especially the government. Please don't hack the government. All right, anyways, enough incriminating speech. Let's go to something else. Average transaction fee. I don't think there's... Oh, here we go. Tweets per day. We got any more tweets happening? Kind of, not really. Maybe let's take a look at the moving averages on this one. Sometimes you have to smooth this out. We'll do 30-day moving average. Wow, okay, so we had a big-ass pump in January 2023. Wait. Oh, they stopped reporting on it. Oh, yeah, because Twitter probably shut down their APIs. They're assholes.
Oh, that's all from 2023.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, that's interesting. So we did have a lot of... At the turn of last year when Monero was performing relative price to everybody else doing better, there was a lot of Monero tweets. Interesting. I'm curious what this chart would be now.
Yeah.
Mr. Musk, could you please reopen the API? No, he's not going to do that. He shut it down. He went the other way. Twitter knitter is dying.
I didn't realize he shut down the API to Twitter, to X.
Yeah, I mean, probably Tux could tell us more, but like knitter has not been working for me very well for a while now. Maybe there's some instances that are still working, but they're kind of like pulling that back.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Twitter originally they stopped letting people use API for free, and then Knitter moved into a web scraping model. Well, now in order to view almost anything on Twitter, you have to be logged in, and so there was this method that somebody made up that would generate it would use the way that Android accounts are generated on an Android device, where if you install Twitter, you can just look at Twitter without being logged in. It would basically use that to generate 20,000 guest accounts. So you had this large repository of accounts that could use the Twitter API, but Twitter seemed to kind of shut that down also. And so all the Knitter instances are slowly going away. Mine still works on and off, but I'm going to have to shut it down soon, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There's your long answer.
Did not know.
You would think that Grok would be giving them enough income for that. That it might even hurt them. Shutting that API down just kind of reduces visibility and probably, in reality, it probably doesn't matter at all because
they have one.
Most
it's
people don't
just
care.
really expensive, which I've seen firsthand. Cake paying for what they get to have Cake Pay continue working. It's kind of a lot for the amount of requests you get. It's pretty expensive. Or it's kind of little for what you're paying for.
Interesting. Okay, well, sad day for Twitter. Well, sad day for Knitter, really. All right, I guess that's mostly it for Monero here. I guess we could go to we could pull up the Bitcoin the Monero mentions on Google, but maybe next week we'll do that. Okay, so here's the Monero nodes, 22,537. Seems to be all over the place. All over the world. And we seem to be pretty consistently above 20,000 now. I remember a couple years ago, we were 12,000 and now we're at 22,000. I am slightly suspicious of this because we haven't had a commensurate increase in transactions per day. We've had a little bit of increase in transactions per day, but we haven't doubled. right? We haven't gone to like 40,000. So I do wonder how many of these nodes are like, I don't know, attempted surveillance honeypot nodes. I have to assume it's pretty, like, it's trivial for a large resource or even a medium resource actor to spin up a shitload of Monero nodes at various locations. So, but okay, it's not surprising if that's the case. We knew the government. If Monero works, they're going to try and break it, right? They're gonna do their best. Or chain analysis. I say the government, but also chain analysis.
Need to rally everyone to get their toasters and their refrigerators and their cars all mining. If we get a few million of those, that would still make a small difference.
How is the Monero hash rate looking?
Oh yeah, we let's go back to that. Our hash rate is sitting up here at 3 gigas. Maybe not 3 gigas, more like 2. Let's zoom in.
It's been a little bit higher on average.
Look at the past year.
But long term, it's
actually really
right
around
long term. It is
right here is where RandomX turned on. So that's really like where the important thing is. This first spike is just people converting over from RandomX. So in reality, probably what we should be looking at is something about like that. So I mean, it looks like you'd expect, right? Hash rate increased basically into the top of the bull market. A little bit after, actually, we kept going up for a while, which was kind of cool. And then things, it seemed like they flattened out, and then lately it's like there's been this drop off here. So, I mean, these aren't like huge movements though either. Like 2.8 to 2.2. I mean, that is kind of big. That's like 30. It's about 30%, maybe slightly less than 30%. But yeah, I mean, it's mostly just flat. Not too much changing there. So,
I started actively mining on my computer, which was originally built to be a miner.
Oh, nice.
I've been using the goo packs. Have you guys tried that out? Tux, you've tried that, right?
Yeah, I love goo packs.
So awesome. Yeah, anybody who's like, I'm interested in mining, but I'm not super technical or whatever. You don't get easier than goo packs, and it allows you to mine via P2 pool. And it's literally just downloading the application, running the software, turning it on, entering your unique Monero receive address. It has to be a base address, can't be like a sub address. So create a new wallet, enter your Monero address, and you hit the start button on the P2 pool chain, and then you hit the start button on the on the Monero miner application, and that's it. And it just goes. Like, it's really hard to fuck up.
Yeah, and the big thing is that it lets you mine P2 pool using third-party nodes, which it's still recommended to use your own, but the official Monero GUI client, if I remember correctly, doesn't let you mine P2 pool on or mine at all on third-party nodes. So
right, so yeah, you don't even need to have your own full node up and running, which obviously recommended to do so. But like for people, like it just makes it so easy to just get started, right? And then you could slowly perfect your, make it more pure. Maybe eventually you start running a full node and using that. But if you just want to get it up and running, it takes no more than like 2 minutes.
I mean, it makes sense that you should be able to point. Maybe that's something we could ask for a change in the Monero GUI wallet, is that because I mean, you might be running your node on your local network on maybe your laptop or your desktop, and then maybe you want to mine on your laptop, or you want to mine on your refrigerator and your toaster and your doorbell alarm, and you want to point that all to your to your own local network node. I mean, I could definitely see valid use cases there.
The more Monero mining you do, the less CPU cycles it has to spy on you. Think about it that way.
That's hilarious. How could you simplify it though to the point where somebody can kind of easily turn these Internet of Thing devices into Monero miners? Like, what would be the way of going about that?
I mean, it's already like if you don't have a display, it's not going to be like as like point and click easy, right? If it doesn't have a display, like if you're trying to get your car radio to mine Monero, right? There's a chance it runs Linux, but there's also a chance you have to like do some stuff to get to a terminal, right? So that's not recommended. But if you have, like, let's say you've got a refrigerator that's like a Samsung refrigerator, those usually have Android tablets in them. you could theoretically run mine Monero using the Termux way, which I know some people have mentioned and shown before, which does work. It's very slow. Phone hardware is not great at mining random mux, but it does work. It does work. But if it's just a computer, then Goopax, honestly.
Goopax. I've never heard of Goopax.
Goopax has been around for a while now. I think it's almost like 2 years. But yeah, I've seen it that people are starting to notice it and realize how awesome it is. Just for its ability to make P2 pool mining. It's like when I bought this computer, I bought it off of Mike Custom Tech, paid with Monero, and he built it to be a Monero miner. / computer that we use in our studio, and he sent it like all set up, even with XMR rig ready to go and P2 pool set up. But like I don't know what happened. I tried running it like a few times, and for whatever reason, like I couldn't get the P2 pool to link up with the XMR rig, and I just walked away from it. Just didn't have time. Moved on to other things. So I never got the miner up and running on this thing. And then last week I was like, it was actually during the show last week, somebody had brought up Goopax. I'm like, I just gotta give that a go. And I did it after the show, and it literally took 2 minutes, and bam, mining on my CPU. Like awesome. no thought required. Not that it's not good to use your brain and try to like actually understand what's going on behind the scenes, but it does make it super simple. And I definitely see it gaining a lot more traction. So
what does your hardware look like?
That's a good question.
Like a Ryzen.
It's probably if you built a dedicated. It's probably a Ryzen 950 950X.
Yeah, let me see. I took what was my?
That's what
I'm getting like 10 cents a day mining.
Nice.
So
hey, when Monero's $1,000, that'll be closer to $1,
So I was getting 11,000 hashes per second.
Okay, so you've probably got like a 12 core, something like that.
11 kilohashes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a 5900X.
Yeah, those seem to be really popular, the 5900X.
No, they're actually some of the most efficient CPUs.
I got the AMD Ryzen 9 5950X 16.
Oh, you do have 5950X. Okay.
Yeah.
You might not have the MSR mod applied, which is like Goopax can do it, but sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it gives an error, but it applies this MSR mod, which it's like modifications to the OS that for this specific CPU that helps it mine faster, but it's not recommended to do that always if it's like your main system that you're like using for other stuff, because oftentimes it ends up disabling some security things. So if it's just a miner, that's fine. If it's not, I wouldn't recommend that. But 11 kilohashes is not bad at all. That's pretty good.
So how would I go about pumping it up to its max?
You may have to. Are you using Goopax?
Yeah.
When you run it, does it tell you that it failed to apply the MSR mod? And you're on Windows, probably, right?
Yeah, I'm on Windows.
Okay, you probably have to disable memory isolation, which is something I'll have to show you later.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, there's probably a way to get it and pump those numbers up just a little more.
Yeah.
Get 11 cents.
I mean, I do. We do use this computer for other things, and for the show and like saving stuff. But also, I bought it with the intention of being a Monero miner, so I really don't care if I burn the thing out. Like that was the whole idea. So I'd like to.
That's one thing that's so cool about Monero mining is that with CPU mining, like the testing that they did on that chip before they shipped it is vastly more than you're going to use it on a day-to-day basis, even if you're mining Monero, at least if you're not overclocking. Whereas like GPUs, and if you're mining on GPUs, those tend to burn out over time, even if you're not overclocking. So that is one thing that's nice. Like you're not going to burn out your CPU mining Monero unless you start fiddling with BIOS settings and overclocking, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's running under a decent temp. And are you running Windows on that or Linux?
Windows.
Okay, yeah, I figured.
Yeah. Sorry, Tux. I know that hurts.
Oh, killing me.
Here's that dagger you just stabbed in.
Every
my
time
back.
someone says they
My
run
heart.
Windows, I just die slightly more.
Yeah, but we need, this is a good sign, right? Like, so the fact that Goopax is so easy that somebody like me just gets it up and running with no problems is fantastic.
It's good though.
And
Like we want Bill Gates to know.
I do think, well, we need to see more mining going on, and with Monero, right? Like right now, it is just out of, your volunteer. It's like you're just volunteering, right? It's a sacrifice. There's really, there's not much of a benefit other than knowing that you're supporting the Monero network. So I don't know what needs to be done, but I feel like we do need to get to a point where more people are just mining Monero, right? There needs to be added incentive. I like this idea of merge mining with other projects as potentially being the incentive. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I think that would be wonderful. I think it would help a lot to have CPU mine projects that I would like to see some of these other projects that are launching with CPU mining to just merge mine with Monero. Like you get the security of the Monero chain by default and like everybody benefits. It's kind of annoying when people don't do that. Maybe there's technical reasons for it and I'm just kind of complaining out my
for
ass.
not mining?
Yeah, like why
I mean,
wouldn't
most
you if
people
you're going to
don't
launch
have
a CPU algo?
right now, if people pay for their energy, I don't think really anybody is going to make money unless you live in the parts of the world with the cheapest electricity, and then you're barely making money. So for some people, it actually just continually costs them money. And most people don't have a really efficient CPU like a Ryzen 950, 950X. They're going to have a worse one, so it's going to be less efficient. So I think
No, I
for
mean,
a lot of people, it's the energy cost.
I get that. Like I understand that energy is really cheap in the US, but a lot of other places it's not at all. I just mean like new projects. As new projects launch and they launch with CPU mining algorithms, a lot of them are launching with their own like different tweaked CPU mining. Like why wouldn't they just merge mine with RandomX? You get to tack on to the security of the Monero chain. Since we have the largest CPU hash power, it's like I just find it annoying that people won't launch projects. Like like if you're doing some different mining algorithm, okay, whatever, that's your bad decision. But if you're going to do a CPU mining algorithm, like why wouldn't you mine with RandomX? Maybe there's a technical reason, but I don't know.
Which coin was it that started merge mining with Monero recently?
DarkFi.
DarkFi.
DarkFi announced they're going to do it. Tari, when they launch, they'll do it. Tari, man,
We're getting hyped up about it on Twitter.
We got to have a thing on Tari, I think, soon, because I think they did announce that they're closer than ever.
Yeah, I'll bring it up in the news.
Okay, yeah.
What's going on.
So we'll get that going on the show too. Get the Tari people up here. We haven't had them on here for years.
Privacy Dad asked a question. Can you say something about how mining will work on the Nodo device?
Yeah, so I can't say much in terms of like deep technical detail, but first and foremost, it's built to be a dedicated node, right? So the mining we just added as a fun thing, right? Like if we're here talking about how wouldn't it be cool if my refrigerator mined, we thought it'd be silly if your Nodo itself wasn't also mining, but it's really not built to be that, right? It doesn't have these, it doesn't have a Ryzen in there. It's not built to be a miner, but it's going to be plug and play, as simple as it is to get your node up and running. It'll be that simple to just turn on the mining function and it'll just hum along in the background. And it'll be mining via P2 pool, and all the same stuff as the node in general, using Tor by default. So it will be mining. You're not gonna make any money off of it, but you're gonna know that you're, in addition to supporting the network by providing a node, you're also adding some nice little hash power to the
not going to be blazing any trails.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll just be, like you said, it'll be a nice turn on, turn off. It'll be easy. Yeah. You don't have to think about it. That's like a mid-range phone chip if I were to guess the performance.
Yeah, if we sell 100,000 Nodos, then it might might make a dent.
So I pulled up the Google Trends for Monero cryptocurrency. You can see, obviously, we've got the big spike from the bull market. that's the past 5 years. If we look at the past 12 months, we got a little bit of a spike up here, actually. So that's interesting. And you'll notice China seems to be pretty close to the top of the list of people that are searching for Monero on Google. So, and if we go to the 5-year chart, yeah, China like really pops out. So looks like about 86 people have searched for Monero in China. Or maybe it's 86% of the people in China have searched for Monero. I'm not sure which one. I'm sure it's one of those.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Imagine. I think our price
All
will
right,
be a little bit higher.
Do you guys want to continue on some of the price action here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I don't
We
want
got the
to pivot or anything from the mining conversation too early in case there's more to be explored there.
No, I mean, the only other thing, I'm like, what do you see as the future of Monero's might? Like, what's going to take us to the next level in Monero, growing the Monero mining network? Is it just going to be merge mining? Is that what gets us there? Or is there going to be some other impetus, something that's going to, like, where is the next big level of mining coming in from?
Transactions per day, price, adoption. Like those are the things that will cause more mining to come online.
Just really, and as price goes up.
Yeah, I mean you can see. So if we zoom out a little bit to the larger picture here, going back, you can see that I mean Monero's hash rate increased through pretty much the whole bull market, and then kind of peaked out. We had a kind of a secondary peak here. But yeah, like another price run should push Monero mining a little bit higher. The incentive structures just changed in that regard. So I have to believe that more people would start turning on as price goes up. But yeah, I mean merge mining as well. Like especially if you get something like DarkFi, and a lot of people are really excited about it. Hopefully, it can steal some of that attention from some of the other projects out there. I haven't done like a whole lot of research investigation into these other privacy smart contracts platforms. I know that the looking into it that I have done or the other people in our community that have done it, it seems dubious. It seems suspicious. But the DarkFi guys, like, I really respect the way that they've come about this. Like they've come on the show, they've talked with us. All these other projects, I don't remember them coming to us in the past year saying, "Hey, we're going to launch a privacy project. We'd like to work with you guys. We know that Monero is solid. We know that you guys have smart engineers. We'd like, I just haven't seen that interaction happen from them, which makes me suspicious that it's just a cash grab. Whereas DarkFi, like they talk to us, they come to the events, and then the things that they say are like reasonably good. Like they're like you can see them really working through these details, and they haven't just rushed to market with a project, to try and capitalize on some bull market. So, and maybe that's not quite enough. Like from my that's kind of like a half pleb level analysis right there. But from my perspective there, like using the resources that I have without like really deep diving into their project and the details of it, it just seems like there's a good chance that this could actually be like a solid project. So yeah, I mean, maybe launching a new coin like DarkFi and or Tari that's merge mined with Monero, that could actually do a lot to help our hash rate bump. So maybe all of the above, right? Price and new projects and merge mining, etc.
Agreed. How about Xano? We've been talking, like Xano's been coming up a bit, right? They've been participating in the Monerotopias. Cake Wallet just added Xano, right? Right, Tux? Or it was added recently, right?
Oh, Xano? Not yet, but we're going to have some support for it in the near future. Is what should be planned.
Okay, I thought something was announced, right? Like Xano will be getting added to Cake, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we will. Okay. Yeah, we will add it. It's not in there yet, but it will be.
Right.
Xano chart is setting up for another move. This is a pennant right here.
Yeah, Xano's making some moves.
Yeah, we had that big pump on Xano that I was sad to have missed.
Same. I keep missing out on all these other coins because I have mostly one.
They participated in Monerotopia, and it's been up ever since.
Yeah.
No, I think they were great there. They were like similar to what you're saying about DarkFi. They were open to just having conversations about the technology, right? We had that really cool, really awesome debate on proof of work versus proof of stake, and we had Andre from Xano representing the pro proof of stake argument, and they're doing interesting things. They're not just some copycat coin. They're trying out new tech, inventing new things, and they're not trying to be Monero, right? Andre has talked about how he thinks Monero has achieved a lot in terms of winning the digital cash space. And as people should know, Andre was perhaps one of the earliest developers of Monero itself, right? He created the first implementation of Monero. The first crypto note. He basically created the first crypto note implementation. And so he's not just some guy with a new project. He's an old school Monero guy. But like I said, he's not out there trying to replace Monero. He's trying to do something different and recognizes that Monero is winning as digital cash. So that's why I give that project deference. I don't know what your take is on it.
I definitely think that if we get fast adoption and people start needing privacy cash to a significant degree, and we get a lot of adoption, let's say 100x in adoption, Monero's not going to be able to service the entire global need for private digital money. We're going to need another coin. Like, okay, maybe in 2 decades we could get there, but not in the next 5 years. Definitely not even the next 10 years. So we will need allies and partners. Like where I do believe in shelling points and network effects and stuff like that, those are reasonably good ideas, but they are not like hard and fast biblical truths. So I really do enjoy seeing, especially since they're exploring proof of stake. And especially, you know, what I really loved is when I asked him about proof of stake versus proof of work and like a fair launch. And like he just openly acknowledged, like, yeah, that's there is the possibility that doing some kind of proof of work launch needs to happen to fairly transition into proof of stake. Mm-hmm. And he was like, he'd already thought all of that through. It was like not a surprise question for him. So I mean, I do like the idea of proof of stake. I don't want to take a position like that it can't work, that it's impossible. Like it might be able to have like there might be algorithms out there that could produce a real proof of stake network that's egalitarian. And that maybe is launched in some way that is fair, that everyone has a reasonable opportunity to get their hands on some of the supply. I just think it's a great idea to explore what else is out there. You know, and like you said, this is the guy that launched the first implementation of crypto notes. So you can't just like dismiss the guy and be like, oh, well, it's a shitcoin because it's proof of stake. Like
he has Nicholas Van Saberhagen in his Rolodex, right? I mean, he did tell us that Nicholas Van Saberhagen is still around. I don't know if you remember that one, and that he's still, you know, he communicates with him. So it's all, you know, he was part of the original crypto note team. The other thing too is they're giving back, right? Because they're helping propel new research and development in this space, and they've for example worked with Co to create Zarkanium, which is their essentially privacy proof of work system. So they figured out, Co essentially figured out how you could do proof of work mining privately. That was a major breakthrough. But my point is they funded that, right? So they're contributing in that way too, kind of helping to fund the Monero devs, whether it's if it's for their own project, but Monero could potentially benefit from these types of things down the line.
Yeah. I mean, I think reaching out and making friends where we're able is always a good idea.
I mean, what are some other projects that we'd put into that like realm of respect, right?
Man, you caught me out here. I know at the risk of like being a shill, that BitTensor project that I told you guys about, it's not private, right? It's not a privacy project, but they did a fair launch. There was no pre-mine. It's kind of like both proof of work and proof of stake. So they're basically an AI platform, and they have subnets, and they have a bunch of providers they're basically providing GPU power for AI stuff, for like neural network stuff. And each subnet programs like different fine-tuned training for this AI stuff. So you use the coin to pay for access to these subnets. They're still nascent. They've had a crazy run. They're one of the best performing coins of the past 12 months. I would even dare to say that they are the best performing coin of the past 12 months. I would obviously need to go look at all 10,000 coins or however many there are. But it's had a crazy run up, and it's starting to get mentioned now. But like the exchanges don't even want to list it. Like, even though it's run so much, and even though it's like literally in the top 50 market cap, it's still not listed on exchanges hardly at all. There's like one, maybe it's like MEXC or one of those like random shitcoin exchanges that you shouldn't trust at all. I think it was MEXC that was freezing people's funds recently, and they're actually behaving kind of like Binance, so they might even be related to the same people. Anyways, the exchanges don't want to list it because they didn't get it for free, right? So it's the same kind of story. Like, apparently they didn't pay them off, and they didn't do the pre-mine, and the exchanges didn't get it for free, so they won't list it, even though this coin is now in the top 50, and it's actually like does real work, and there's real development happening on it. So I kind of have some respect for that project. I originally was just like, I don't care, it's AI coin. It's called BitTensor, and it's TAO is the ticker. I was like, I don't care, I'm just going to buy it because the hype is going to be whatever. But learning a little bit more about it, it seems like the project is fairly legit. Like, so I got some respect for that coin, I guess. It's a new up and comer. What else might we have respect for? I don't know.
Uh-oh, did Bawdy freeze?
Bcash.
Or is it just me?
Say what?
Oh,
right here.
Froze.
Okay.
Okay, maybe it was just my connection.
Bawdy,
Sorry,
somebody's commenting on your take on BitTensor regarding BitTensor.
Already 9 billion. Is it 9 billion? Is it really that high? Let's go check it out. I didn't think it had gotten quite that high yet, but maybe I am wrong. Oh no, I'm gonna go to the evil coin market cap.
Dun, dun, dun.
Fuck you, CZ. I could have gone to like CoinGecko or something, I guess. Let's see. Tau. BitTensor. Yeah, they put it down at 204, but where is the market cap? Here we go. No, I think the market cap's only like 2.7. That's what it looks like. Are you looking at another chart, something different than I am? Maybe Coin Market Cap is just lying, right? That's possible. Let's go to CoinGecko. Although CoinGecko is owned by the same people, so I don't see why it would be any different.
Oh, is it?
Scroll. Okay, so on the right here, this is the market cap, right? This number. So you'll notice that we hit 3 billion-ish. So yeah, 2.9. Monero is 3 billion market cap. And BitTensor should be, oh, here it is. Okay, cool. They are now accurately reporting it. For a while, they weren't even putting it at the proper ranking on CoinMarketCap, although this is CoinGecko. Yeah, so it looks like 2.7 billion right now. So, I mean, it could, it could grow to something more, but maybe most of the big gains are behind it. Maybe not. If there's a big bull market, you could see a lot of these market caps getting inflated. But AGRS, helpful for XMR governments. I need to look at that. All right, I'm going to write that down like right now, AGRS. I'm probably just going to FOMO some cash into AGRS. Please, guys, please do. That actually was not financial advice. I know nothing about it other than what this dude said.
I'm running with it.
Other than somebody mentioned it on Monerotopia. Bye.
The thing is, it's like the AI hype is going to be so real if and when like another major hockey stick exponential move happens in these markets. Like that shit's just going to explode. Like you just know it is. And I don't want to encourage too much degeneracy. So I feel responsible slightly. I feel guilty now.
Why just going to get sued by the SEC for giving bad financial advice?
Yeah. Yep. Since I'm certified and approved, I'm 100% not certified or approved at all. Like, so just in case any autistic people listening, that was a joke. Please do not take that seriously. But yeah, I mean, I do also want to kind of give it to you guys straight in terms of like how shit's gonna things are likely going to unfold as bull markets unfold. The AI hype is real. Like it's not going away. It's been persistent for 2 years now, and it's only getting stronger. So I think that Tau is an honest project. Maybe this other one, AGRS, is also an honest project. I don't know. I would have to look into the details. This is the first I'm hearing of it. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. Little note there. Oh, another project that I like. You're saying what other projects might be good? I like AVAX. I think AVAX is interesting. It's a gossip protocol. It's a directed acyclic graph network. Apparently the fees jumped up. I think we've talked about AVAX before. Apparently the fees jumped up when Bitcoin fees jumped up. It seems like there's some potential there. The devil's always in the details, but it's an interesting project. It seems like it might be scalable. It's not private either, right? It's not default private like Monero is. So there's that.
Florida is saying, many thanks to the Monero community introducing me to Session. Are there any Monero groups in Session that I might be interested in joining? That's another project to Session, right? Oxen. They participated in Monerotopia. That's another
I think someone mentioned Oxen in
project team
earlier.
that I respect for the work that they're doing, and in a way that it's respectful of Monero and alongside Monero, right? And they're inventing new things, creating new things in the
I know it's a lot more
tech
different
space.
now, but it's based off of crypto now, right? Oxen.
Yeah. And now, and I think now they're creating a Session coin, like they're getting rid of Oxen and transitioning it to Session. I'm gonna have them on at some point to get the update on that. I don't know if you guys follow that at all, but Session, I mean, is very impressive, right? What they've achieved with Session, a decentralized, encrypted chat app.
I mean, to an extent, it is very costly to run a node, an Oxen node, to stake, because you have to stake a lot of Oxen.
But they've built the product that people actually use, right? It's not just kind of like vaporware stuff. Like people use Session. I'm impressed by that.
Yeah.
Another one.
I definitely use it.
Another project, Particle, right? We've had them at Monerotopia. What's impressive with them is the marketplace they're building and
then Basic Swap.
Basic Swap, right? Basic Swap for doing essentially atomic swaps between different cryptos. That looks like it's gaining a little traction. Have you guys tried it out? Tux, do you ever give it a go?
No, I really need to. I've been meaning on it because it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, so maybe we'll have them on the show as well. We can do a demo with that. But those are the ones that stick out in my mind. Actually, it's all the projects that participate in Monerotopia. That's why I'm wondering if there's any I'm missing that we should be that should I have my eye on, that are part, that should be part of the Monero privacy ecosystem that we have here that I'm missing. But I don't know. I think those are the main ones. I wouldn't put Zcash into that group. I don't know. Am I being too hard? What do you guys think? I mean, I'd love for them to participate in Monerotopia and come present, and they're certainly contributed an amazing amount of technology to the space, right? Research and development. So definitely respect there.
That's
so
what I was going to say.
I would definitely put them in that sphere, 100%. I don't know if you guys
just
agree
not the
or
implementation,
disagree.
just not the coin itself.
Yeah, that's what turns me off so much, and it's got me saying no. But it's like you got to ignore that part and respect what they've done in terms of technology, right?
I mean, getting the
tremendous amount,
eliminating the trusted setup, and then even the implementation of turnstiling the coins. I mean, that's really not an ideal situation, but it's the best that you could probably do after eliminating the trusted setup with Halo, or maybe it was Halo 2 or something. But yeah, when they implemented that, basically all of the coins that are in Z shielded addresses, they have to turnstile. Like the next transaction has to be a turnstile, so that they can account for to make sure that no coin was secretly printed, right? Because if the 7 people colluded, they could have printed coins. So they do a turnstile so that if that collusion happened, you would be able to see that because there would be too many coins passing through the turnstile. So I thought at least that was honest. I had to give them some credit there after being a detractor for a long time. it was nice that one of them finally explained that to me, because I asked them for like months. I was like, is there anyone out there that can explain this to me? Like, do you have a mitigation for that? And finally someone took the time to explain this. Okay, well, that's nice. Yeah, the technology that they've developed is pretty cool. It's being used in a lot of places. I'd be happy to hear them present on their technology, at Monerotopia, not the coin, not the usage, the money itself. I don't think it's good money, but we all know that already.
Yeah, they made a lot of mistakes in that respect. I'm not exactly sure why. I mean, they also the whole corporate structure that they had going on, and being in bed with like large investors, right? That I think that's maybe what happened to them. They were always designing towards being able to integrate with the centralized systems, as opposed to designing towards being digital cash, right?
Maybe that's what
my
got
overall
them.
take. Yeah.
Right. They were like just genuinely, like they were genuine developers. Probably most of the people were genuine in the project. But they had like made these agreements, some kind of like corporate agreements.
Exactly.
Probably they're like some of the Zcash maximalists are gasping at that statement. They'd be like, no, there was nothing. You can't prove that. Maybe we can't prove it, but it does feel like there is a big corporate connection. Like when you're connected, when you get the kinds of people shilling your coin that have shilled Zcash, it's like, yeah, but something happened in the background there.
Right, you got like Barry Silbert out there, right? It's like like why is Barry Silbert so pro Zcash and ignoring Monero? It makes no sense. He's this extremely like intelligent guy. He knows crypto, but he rather shill Zcash than talk about its competitor that's like that has achieved much more in terms of adoption. It makes no sense. There's got to be some incentive for him to do that.
Yeah. How did you get listed on Coinbase? A privacy coin get listed on the New York registered Coinbase. Like that's an eyebrow raising event as well.
Yeah.
Okay, let's fly through this macro. And so we'll the cryptocurrency market, not much has changed other than last week we talked about, hey, this thing expected to probably keep going. That's Bitcoin. On a broad view here, we've got this kind of like interesting structure on the triangle where it was like a rising wedge that closed and then a rising wedge that opened. And then we realized that, hey, this trend line, this is like really probably the trend line to be watching here. So probably things will just continue steadily moving to the upside there, slowly. I really, again, I'm looking for cues from the macro, which we'll take a look at in a second. I am looking for probably soon to take profit on some of these positions I've had for a while now. So total crypto market cap, it looks similar, right? Kind of in this channel here, just continuing to be in this channel. Not too much happened with the crypto market, actually. I mean, yes, it went up a little bit the past week, but no major changes happened. We continue to see a lot of inbound volume to the ETF, right? So ever since the ETF was launched, there's been, and especially after Grayscale was selling, trying to rebalance their books to get their ETF to be the spot price, right? They've got to sell that Bitcoin so that their Bitcoin holdings is the exact amount of the price that it is on stock market. So they had to sell, but then a lot of ETFs, a lot of volume has been moving into the ETFs apparently. And that is assuming I believe the guys that are posted that on Twitter. So I think I believe them. It seemed like that was a common story that I saw from guys that I tend to trust, mostly trust when it comes to like just factual stuff. Like is volume moving into the ETF or not? Right. That's more of a factual statement than a forward-looking statement or than an opinion kind of statement. Dominance is just kind of like chilling at this sort of dotted line right here, right? That previous peak. So I guess, I don't know, maybe this thing will just sort of continue trending sideways. Bitcoin still has a lot of visibility on it. And then, we'll just fly through some macro stuff. We'll look at the reverse repos because to me, this is becoming more and more a big point in my mind to be looking at for cues on what's going to happen with the future. So the 0 point is down here. Let's just drop a line right there. Why is that not working? All right, I don't know why that's not working. Usually that works. I don't want to waste too much time trying to get this to work. Alt H is not working. Okay, whatever. Oh, that's why I have I had all that stuff muted. Anyways, okay, so the reverse repos are coming down to the downside. We saw another drop this week, right? That's what this little tick down. So again, money is coming out of the reverse repos. I think that, and it might not be that I have the full mechanism here exactly on point, but at least the correlation is that these reverse repos, as money comes out of these reverse repos, it does look like that somehow fuels moves into risk assets, stock market, crypto, and even bonds. It seems like it's even supporting bonds somehow. So yeah, we're going to be looking at these reverse repos once this shit runs dry. I really, I'm really looking towards the end. I'm going to be saying, okay, there could be some big pullback to happen if these reverse repos go to the, like run out. Bonds haven't changed, although they took a dip down here. This now is starting to look like a chart that has a downtrend, right? Like you might draw some kind of trend like that on the bonds, where things are kind of moving to the downside here. So if things continue along that trend, we're just going to be looking at this. Again, we're looking for a crash in the bond market, a renormalization of the yield curve, and potentially, if that happens simultaneously with the end of reverse repo, that's when it's like batten down the hatches, get prepared for a crash or a big move to the downside, and get ready to buy, especially if the Fed intervenes. We had an interesting candle on the Dixie on Friday. So this is called an engulfing pattern. So effectively, the market opened lower on Friday than it closed on Thursday, but then it moved to the upside and completely the close was higher than the close of the previous day. That's an engulfing pattern. It's a bullish signal in technical analysis. And so you would look at this and say, okay, at a minimum, we probably do expect that this thing is going to make it to this area right here. Potentially even to this like top side, but that would be quite far. And I think that would be quite a lot for the Dixie to make, considering that stocks still seem kind of bullish. So the NASDAQ basically closed at it's a new all-time high for the NASDAQ, or at least in terms of close. You know what? It actually did set. Yeah, it just barely set a higher high on the wick on Friday. So yeah, stock markets are bullish. The S&P especially set a higher high on Friday as well. So stock markets continue to look positive. As we talked about, for example, the NASDAQ here, we expect, at this point, I really do expect price to kind of just keep trending up here, and then at some point to touch this area, right? Stock should make it to that area. And you'll notice that like if things kind of can continue trending and maybe do that, that would kind of sort of ish line up with the ending of the reverse repos. So it's possible that like we get some big move to the upside, and then maybe let's suppose we get a big crash, right? Oh crap! Let's suppose we get a big crash of 30%. So let's erase this. Okay, let's suppose that like this is a very dubious squiggly yellow line, but let's suppose we get a crash of 30%. That would only take us down here into the moving averages. That would only take us we would still be well above the bear market lows. And this is one thing that we do see with markets. We see where they will, before a big crash, and we saw this in 2019, they pumped the shit out of the markets to the upside, well beyond what they really should have been, what you would expect even from the technical analysis. And then the crash was like 30% during the March 2020 events. But because it had already pumped so much, the crash actually wasn't really that much lower. So if that happens here, say hello to inflation in about 12 to 24 months if that happens. So yeah, that's kind of what the stock market's looking like there. Things are still positive, right? The tea leaves continue to say up. Things look good. So I mean, overall, like you just want to keep your plays. You want to stay in the market. You want to keep your plays in play. I probably am looking to take some profit here on some of the coins, or at least maybe like one or two of them. Especially if they continue pumping into some like statistical levels. And it's never wrong to take profit. Like they say, it's never wrong to take profit. And especially when you're in cryptocurrency and you're like playing in shit coins, like you really, the more volatile the asset, the more like crazy the asset that you're playing with, you need to take profit. You need to be more inclined to take profit. If you're in the stock market and they always pump the stock market, then okay, stay in the stock market and maybe you just hodl, you never get out. If you're in Monero, if you're in Bitcoin, maybe if you're in Ethereum, like the big headliner stuff, okay, maybe you just hodl that stuff. But when you're playing in like new shit coins and like stuff that does these crazy multiples, typically you want to take profit. Because you're, otherwise, like, it's just too often that it pumps crazy and then it pulls back and you're like, well, maybe it'll pump again, and you're holding and it never does, and then you do a round trip. So yeah, they say it's never wrong to take profit. And then I guess last thing we'll look at is gold. Gold is actually looking nice here. This is the weekly chart, so each candle is a week. It's still continuing to stay in this upper range, and as long as the stock market continues positive, I would say that expect gold to stay in this range. I don't like that gold is not pumping, but I mean, what are you going to do? They're going to pump that new money into the stock market. They're not going to pump it into gold. So at some point, gold will be the recipient of some of that liquidity, but it's not going to be the recipient of it now, at least not directly. So, yeah, I guess that's about it. That's all I got for you guys. Maybe I could be nice and show you the shit coins really quick. Maybe I can't.
Yeah, another one I failed to mention was Firo. I'd put them in that realm as well as being part of the Monero ecosystem and contributing back to Monero in terms of technology, research, and development. They might have, right? Aren't they? They're looking to implement full membership proofs as well, and they might get there before we do.
Really?
Just because they're more nimble, right? There's it's easier for them to evolve compared to Monero. I mean, Monero is working on it, but I think Firo might be able to implement it first, some version of it.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Looks like Bitcoin. So Link is pumped a good bit. That's the one I'm thinking about selling here soon. And then Bitcoin Cash looks like it's performing quite well. Is that no? Sorry, Bitcoin Cash. TRX Tron. the Uber shitcoin. But yeah, Tron has been doing good as well. But remember, we talked about this too. We said, hey, in the next bull market, USDT, they issue a lot of excuse me, they issue a lot of USDT on Tron, so it's just naturally going to have price support. It's going to probably follow along with Ethereum. So, just try not to be too salty that Justin's son is getting rich off Tether and shitcoinery.
That's another project or coin, right? Like a private stable coin, right? We saw the attempt with Haven, but nobody's really cracked that nut yet. It's another interesting concept.
It might be fundamentally not achievable. Like algorithmic stablecoins are really hard. If you could get an algorithmic stablecoin to work, then you could probably implement privacy on that. But otherwise, if it's a stablecoin, you need something backing it. So either you're going to have to rely on trust, like the counterparty that's holding that coin. I suppose you could launch a Monero backed by USDT or backed by dollars or something. You'd still have the counterparty risk, but at least you wouldn't be able to see what's going on. That would be interesting.
Yeah, just a pure algorithmic stablecoin seems untouchable.
That would be brilliant because they wouldn't be able to see what you did with it or freeze it. Like if you let's suppose, we know they're not going to do it, but let's suppose Tether said, hey, we're going to add privacy to our stable coin, and then they won't be able to freeze anyone's funds because they won't know who did what on their network. They won't know which funds came from naughty, bad black hats or which ones came from good white hats that hacked bad people that should get hacked. They just wouldn't be able to see anything, right? So that would be brilliant, but then I don't think they would survive very long. I think the U.S. government would basically take them down immediately if they did that.
Agreed.
Well, I think that's all I got.
All right.
Today. I was trying to shorten the price report today, but man,
I know we went a completely different route. That was no fault of yours.
Well, we didn't have a special guest either, so it was reasonable to.
You were our special guest. You were our special guest today.
You Bawdy.
Heart emojis.
All right, man.
Right.
Let's move it on. We'll move it on to the news. Bawdy, stick around if you can.
All right. We do have some news, so I will pull that up. I'm going to run the news segment. Let's go.
And now for our weekly news segment.
All right, hopefully screen share will work. Share screen. Share a window.
You want to do with viewers on stage, get people up?
There's a decent amount of news. I'm gonna run through it first because it might take a while to be able to
do that. Let's do that.
So first, we got, of course, new updates for Cake Wallet, small bug fixes. We'll have some more stuff. We'll have some big features coming out soon. But go and update for now. Monero.Vegas is back.
Oh.
So we might be able to try that in a little bit. I'm going to go through the rest of the news first, but this just came back.
I didn't know it Why did it leave? I didn't realize it left. Okay.
But apparently it's back now.
Okay.
So if you want to be able to gamble away with your Monero, then you can do so.
Oh, yeah.
So MoneroKon tickets are now available. VIP is already sold out, apparently. So you can still get day ticket, general admission. They have 172 available, and they've got some merchandise available also. But yeah, MoneroKon.
Oh, wow. They sold out of VIP already. Really?
Apparently. I guess there's a waiting list to see if they're going to add more.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so we have a special promo code. If you put in Monerotopia, the first 50 tickets get 15% off. So go ahead and use that, Monerotopia, to get your general admission ticket.
If I check out with that, you get 15% off. Very nice.
Nice.
Very nice. Awesome.
Yeah, we'll fingers crossed, we'll be there.
Sweet. I'm planning to be there too, as they're looking for more sponsors. And of course, Cake Wallet is one of the cypherpunk heroes.
Awesome.
So I will be there at MoneroKon. I think Vic will too. But it'll be great. They're looking for one more cypherpunk hero, which is like a big sponsor. They're looking for one more contributor, and there's available 6 slots for a smaller supporter. So they're looking for more sponsors right now. So if that's something you're interested in, then you can totally take that up. And next, we've got Magic Monero Fund funding for vtnerd, Monero, and Monero Light Vault server dev work for quarter 1, quarter 2 of 2024. They're looking for a total of $28,800 raised, and so far they've raised $2,000 or 13.2 XMR with 18 donations. So this is the list of all the stuff that he will be doing and contributing to. So if you want to support this, you can go to the monerofund.org website. Of course, these will all be in the description in the video afterwards in the news area. So you'll be able to check that out.
Yeah, definitely show some love to vtnerd. I mean, he's one of these guys that's just been a part of Monero for a very long time and contributing in a major way. He's usually focused on kind of network security and network level privacy related to aspects like Dandelion, ++, and all that stuff, and I2P.
Things that are pretty important.
Very, very important things, but I feel like the aspects that maybe people don't, right? We're always talking about ring signatures and confidential, we're talking about those aspects of the protocol. But just as important is the network level security and privacy. So people, don't even know you're running and using Monero. Extremely important, and that's what he's always focused on and always improving. I mean, it's tremendous.
Cool to see Light Vault server get some love.
Yeah. Yes, and he's also
I know that makes you happy.
The main dev for that. Yes, definitely happy about that.
And next, we've got an open merge request for Boog900 to continue work on Cuprate. And Cuprate is a Rust implementation of the Monero node that has had some work done on already by some various people like Boog900 and even Luke Parker and hinto-janai, the guy who created Goopax. So this is looking to be merged.
I'm sorry, what is this? This is
Cuprate is a Rust implementation of the Monero.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, we were talking about that a couple of weeks
ago.
Okay.
Like as it says, written from the ground up in Rust. So that's cool.
Very cool.
And hinto-janai just got his request merged a day ago by Luigi. So he's got an open CCS right now that you can contribute to for hinto-janai, who's the guy who created Goopax, the mining program, to do full time on cup rate for 3 months. So he would work alongside Boog if Boog got more funding also.
Oh, amazing.
There'd be two main people working on cup rate.
What's his name? The guy?
I don't know if I'm saying that right. Hinto-janai. Janai?
I wonder if he's somebody who would be down to do like a Monero talk or something.
I think we tried to get him on once before.
Did we?
You'll have to see if you can contact him.
Yeah, because I've never dealt with him.
I don't think we could find any. I don't think he had any like contact.
hinto-janai, if you're listening, reach out to us. You can, keep your camera off. You can use a voice disguiser or whatever if you want.
Yeah, but you can contribute to that right now. It's in the funding require stage, and hopefully Boog will get his here soon. So cup rate will be really cool.
Yeah, and love what you did with Goopax.
Yeah, Goopax is really awesome. So we got this tweet from Cryptodator 1337. Bitcoin worth more than 2 billion confiscated in Germany. They belong to the operators of the formerly leading movie streaming website movie2k.to.
It's amazing.
Crazy. I know that Germany's even more serious about the copyright thing than the US is in a lot of ways. They said to have distributed more than 880,000 pirated copies of films, oh no, via the portal from 2008 to 2013 and operated an illegal streaming service. Unbelievable. They are said to have purchased Bitcoin with the proceeds.
Talking about being in the right place at the right time, right? They were
Yeah.
Amazing windfall.
One of the suspects is in an investigation had voluntarily transferred the virtual currency to the Federal Criminal Police Office. No charges have been brought up against the men. Interesting.
No charges. So wait, what exactly happened? So these guys made a shit ton of crypto, illegally selling copyrighted stuff, right, for Bitcoin back in the day. Mm-hmm. And then all their Bitcoin got seized, but they haven't been charged with anything.
I guess the seizure was what they got. All their Bitcoin seized. That's what they get.
Yeah,
but they haven't been charged, which is also weird.
The state coming in.
So they just stole all their Bitcoin and they haven't been charged for anything. That's pretty crazy. Well, if they use Monero.
Yeah, but was this a potential shum moment? Is this a potential should have used Monero?
Yes, but 2008 to 2013, albeit was before Monero was a thing. Yeah. So
maybe they are
unfortunately,
using Monero.
Maybe now that could fly. But to be fair, we can't really throw that at them, given the fact that it was 2008 when they started doing this thing, which is when even Bitcoin was brand new, because Bitcoin came out in like 2007, 2008, right?
Yep. Bitcoin, yeah, right. 2009.
Interesting. All right, moving on. So there is this cool Amazon service, which is a little bit similar to Anon.shop, but it works differently, called Monezon. And they've been going hard on Twitter. They have a way that you can buy things on Amazon with Monero, which the way this one works is that you will make an Amazon wish list. This is the thing you can do on Amazon. I actually didn't know this. You can create a wish list that you can make public that other people can order the items for you, but they don't see your address. It just gets delivered straight to you on the address that you put privately on the wish list. And so that's how this works. You put in your item. So if I actually go to Monezon. I want to make sure it's the correct website. Yeah, it is Monezon.com. Monezon. So you order now, and you put in your wish list URL and the value of that item, and then you add it, and then you pay, I think, a small fee, and then you can also become an
So how is that work? So on Amazon, I make a wish list. I'm then forwarding that wish list to Monezon, and then somebody is going to pay that bill for me. How are they effectively making the payment? How is it getting paid to Amazon, to the wish list?
Because
Just
they're
curious how
buying
that
it with
works.
fiat on the Amazon side. You pay Monezon.
Right,
in
right, right. You pay
XMR, and they give
Monezon
it
in
to the
Monero,
executor.
and then they're logging. But okay, so but on
They don't log in with
Amazon,
your account. They have their
No,
own
no.
Amazon account.
right? And they're capable of and they just go and order everything from your wish list. So that, but they can only see the wish list. They can't see your address.
That's correct. This is a feature I didn't know like Amazon had. But
Yeah, I
you can
didn't
create
real-
public
that's-
wish
that's-
list with
Okay.
a specific address in it. Then when people
Mhm.
order stuff, it just goes to that address on that wish list. It's like you're ordering a gift for somebody,
Right, right,
but
right.
you don't get their address.
So does Anon Shop do it differently? How are they doing it?
Yeah, so Anon Shop, they do it. They do. Oh, what? I thought it was anon.shop.
Uh-oh. Deegan's been taking out the competition.
Anon Shop. Nope, that's not it.
The fuck?
Anonshop.app. There it is.
Maybe we'll get Deegan
Anonshop.app.
back
Yeah,
on.
that would be
He
good.
hasn't been on in a
Um,
long time, and mad respect. He started this. I don't know. This is a while ago now. 2 years, maybe a year. He's been
Actually,
hacking
this
away
is
at
still
this.
the old website. Historically, how Anon Shop has worked, it uses the Amazon lockers, right? So they
Right.
will order something to an Amazon locker that's near you, so you don't have to give them your address.
No, but they also had the.
They had a delivery service also, a separate delivery service, like a forwarding service where they will order something on your behalf and then
Right.
ship it to you after they get it.
Right, but they knew your address. They weren't avoiding
You have to
the
give your
address.
address so they can ship it to you, or a PO box, right?
Yeah.
So that's the main difference there. I think they're both cool. They're just the ways they work is different. I think the fees for Anon Shop is a little bit higher than Monezon. I think Monezon's cheaper, but obviously Monezon only works with Amazon because it has to use that wish list thing. So yeah,
We
but
could
it's
get
cool
we
that
could
we
get
got multiple
people
options
doing
now.
that on XMR Bazaar too, right? Because it would just be people could just post a link to their wish list and say buy me stuff. Like that could be right an XMR Bazaar post potentially.
Potentially, yeah.
I could just go on Amazon,
see that.
make a wish list, and then I could go on XMR Bazaar and be like looking to whatever for somebody to buy my wish list and just post it, right?
Yeah, I guess this is just the website. Yep. Well, cool. Yeah, so those are two options. We got another one now. It's always great to have competition in that space. We already looked at that. That was Monezon. Same stuff. Okay. Feather Wallet now includes Magic Monero Fund crowdfunding proposals directly on the home screen, and you can donate without leaving the app. Wow, that's pretty cool. So Feather Wallet now within itself shows. See, look, there's the vtnerd Monero and Monero Light Wallet Server dev work. So if
There
you
he is.
and you use Feather Wallet, all you have to do is just open it and click on the crowdfunding tab, and right from there you can just give to that fund, that proposal. Pretty great feature. Nice job, Feather Wallet.
That's awesome.
It would be cool if we had the general Monero fund proposals in there too. That'd be cool.
Wait,
'cause
so
I
which
just-
ones are in there? It's just
I guess it's just Magic Monero Fund.
Oh, it's just the
crowdfunding.
Magic Monero funds. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crypto mines will have to start reporting their energy use in the U.S. The U.S. Department of Energy will begin collecting data on crypto mines' electricity use following criticism from environmental advocates over how energy hungry these operators are. We will specifically focus on how the energy demand for cryptocurrency mining is evolving, identify geographic areas of high growth, and quantify the sources of electricity used to meet cryptocurrency mining demand. The administrator of the EIA said in a press release today. So more hampering on the mining stuff, which this is probably mostly for Bitcoin mining. Yeah, US Bitcoin mining, because Bitcoin mining does cost a lot of energy because of the ASICs you have to use. It's unfortunate. And Bitcoin mining
This is
not-
insane.
It is insane.
Like, yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this forever on this show, right? This is what we were going to see happen in Bitcoin.
Bitcoin mining has become really very centralized, and so you've got these giant farms that mine Bitcoin because that's the only way. Like, average person can't afford to mine Bitcoin, so
And it's an attack surface. It's allowing the state to essentially co-opt the mining network. So here's
why
the
the two
first
largest-
iteration of it. It's the state moving in saying, all right, we're compiling a list of everybody that's a Bitcoin miner. All of you have to now be on this list. We know who you are. And actually you have to report to us your energy usage. Next thing it's OFAC compliant transactions, or whatever it is they want to implement, right? But just the fact that the state can contact a large, significant, overwhelming portion of the Bitcoin mining network and ask them to do things is the problem. And here they are doing it overnight.
I mean, the two largest centralized mining pools for Bitcoin are already KYC'd. So it's just furthering that issue of having to, you want to mine? Well, you can't. You're not allowed to just mine. But to be fair, this is like a big Bitcoin issue with mining farms and how the protocol doesn't have anything against ASICs. So yeah, that's kind of a mess.
And it's a boon for, right? It's for Monero, right? It's been talking about Random X. This is why, guys. This is why. You'll never see a headline that the U.S. government is asking all Monero. I mean, they might ask, but this is like there's nobody to send the letter to, right? There aren't large Monero corporate
Contact
Monero mining
Pony.
farms. Yeah.
He's the assumed owner of Monero for some people, some public officials.
They don't know if you're just using your computer for gaming, or they don't know. They know what you're doing.
And of course, with Monero, there is like a much smaller amount of hash rate currently happening compared to Bitcoin. So there is always that concern of, if the government wanted to suddenly control a large part of the hash rate, they could. But at the same time, Monero mining by default right now, as it stands, I believe is more decentralized than Bitcoin, and everyone just has to start up, their spare computers and start mining Monero. And if hundreds of thousands of people do that, that considerably decentralizes the network versus Bitcoin. You've got to buy his $10,000 ASIC to make a difference. So it is what it is. But this is actually a very interesting development. So I think we talked about this last week. I'll go ahead and read the tweet. In the last 2 days, all crypto news outlets have echoed information claiming that Finnish authorities have been able to trace Monero transactions in a ransomware case and arrest the person responsible. Knowing Monero's technology thoroughly, I was very surprised because today we know that it is impossible to trace these transactions. Okay, Monero isn't technically untraceable. It's highly plausibly deniable, but that's a different argument. And I found this article that explains that indeed the news is false. The hacker was arrested because when he uploaded the compressed file with all of the hacking data to the dark web, he mistakenly included the entire home directory of his computer. And the investigators found information to identify him. Sorry to the Monero fudders, but the network is still secure. So this is pretty crazy. So this guy, who is like a very young hacker, 17 years old, a 25-year-old, now he's 25. The 25-year-old Finnish man has been charged in extorting a once popular and now bankrupt online psychotherapy company and its patients. Finnish authorities rarely name suspects in an investigation, but they're willing to make an exception for Julius Zekil Kivimaki, probably pronounced that very incorrectly, a notorious hacker who, at the tender age of 17, had been convicted of more than 50,000 cybercrimes, including data breaches, payment fraud, operating botnets, and calling in bomb threats. Someone needs to give this man something to do. In late October 2022, Kivimaki was charged and arrested in absentia, according to the Finns, with attempting to extort money from Vastaamo Psychotherapy Center. On October 21st, 2020, Vastaamo became the target of blackmail when a tormentor identified as Ransom Man demanded a payment of 40 bitcoins in return for a promise not to publish highly sensitive therapy session notes Vastaamo had exposed online. So this goes on, but eventually down here, you can see on October 23rd, 2022, Ransom Man uploaded to the dark web a large compressed file that included all of the stolen Vastaamo patient records. But investigators found the file also contained an entire copy of Ransom Man's home folder. A likely mistake that exposed a number of clues that they say point to Kivimaki. Ransom Man completely deleted the large file, accompanied by whoops notation, but not before it had been downloaded a number of times. The entire archive has since been made into a searchable website on the dark web. Among those who grabbed a copy of the database was Antti Kuritu, a team lead at Nixu Corporation and a former criminal investigator. In 2013, Kuritu worked on an investigation involving Kivamaki's use of the Zbot botnet. Among other activities, Kivamaki engaged in as a member of hacking group Hack the Planet. So this ultimately, has nothing to do with Monero in that case? If this is this that same case that was talked about last week of Finnish authorities tracking Bitcoin with like EAE attack, right?
Right.
So basically, this has nothing to do with it. Krebs on security is very, very, very highly respected security block. So that's interesting, and maybe it was some kind of. Now the EAE attack is a real attack that could be done. Are there any examples off the top of your head of an EAE attack that's been proven to happen in the wild before?
No, we've only kind of heard suggestions of it, right? There was that slide going around from some presentation that was done in like Italy by some where they suggested that they use this method, but I don't think we know of any actual incidents where it was used. That's far as I know.
It's very possible, as like we know of the news, they just take something and they run with it. Somebody may have said, hey, Monero looks like Monero's, not as traceable. This guy got caught and he was using Monero. Well, okay, he's using Monero, but that's, of course, with every other case we've seen, that's not why he was caught. So, all right. Well, I think that's mostly it.
So that was not a should have used Monero example. That was a shouldn't have accidentally send your personal files with your ransom request. Whoops. Imagine what he was feeling at that moment, because it looks like he realized he did it, because then he deleted it. He was like, oh, fuck.
Oh, no, it's over.
He's like, I'm done. Be careful out there, guys. This
is what happens when young geniuses don't have anything better to do. We need to promote Monero development for young geniuses so they can occupy their minds to do something good. Instead of hacking psychotherapy centers and blackmailing them, extorting them. 17 years old. That's, Yeah,
this guy could have been, working on Monero.
Could have been working with Luke Parker.
Yeah.
On this crazy cryptography stuff, implementing Sarai.
Hey, man, it takes all types. The world's a beautiful place.
All right. Well, I think that's pretty much it for the news.
All right. That wasn't too bad.
No, that was pretty good. I'm going to run the guest segment because Cake Wallet sponsor. And then we can get into viewers on stage.
Yeah.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Okay. We'll have plenty of special guests today. Everybody will be a special guest today that joins us on Viewers on Stage.
All right, everyone. If you want to come on, I'm going to put the StreamYard link in the comments on the YouTube.
Yes, please do. Please do. Let's run the Viewers on Stage, too. Might as well. Let's do it.
All right, let's get it.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
Come on down.
You know the drill if you want to come up. We've got Shortwavesurfer and Alaskanon, very consistent Viewers on Stage people. How's it going, guys?
What's up, buddies?
Like the plague, man. We're never going away.
I love it. I love that you guys are here every week.
I don't know how I feel about being compared to a contagious disease.
Oh, we know it's not the first time, bro. Come on. Own it.
And anybody who's kind of like listening for the first time or whatever and doesn't understand what the hell we're doing here, there's a link, a StreamYard link. Anybody can join at this point. We put it in the comments.
Although we're probably going to max out again, like last week we maxed out. I think it's 12 people that can be on stage at once, and that quickly
like and share the video.
So we may have to start taking turns if there's too many people. But for now we're good.
I thought it was kind of interesting that that young entrepreneur was going after the money of the psychotherapy center. Because it's actually like a lot of people. It's a pretty big deal to them. They're like super anti psychotherapy because it's junk science, basically. I mean, if you want to go on like a purely empirical definition of what science is, psychotherapy and psychiatry are like completely not science at all. You know, it's if anything, it would be like relegated to the philosophical and spiritual realm. But it's really interesting to me how a certain group of like high IQ technical people, they seem to be almost unanimously like adamantly opposed to psychotherapy, at least in its current iteration. And they're even like going after their funding and stuff as like a
that's a really good point. Yeah, I totally overlooked that aspect. That's our friend that I had on. What's his name?
Michael.
Yeah, he speaks about that very eloquently. Michael 10, right? Interesting.
And
So-
you know, go ahead, Ramsey.
We didn't talk about Zuckerberg having to apologize about the activity of other people on his platform in front of Congress. And it seems like they're trying to go after Section 230, which is a really valuable part of how.
Hey, Prancing, make sure you're muted if you're not talking so you don't get echo, please. Thank you.
Yeah, anybody who's up here, please stay on mute unless you're talking. Go ahead, Ramsey.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about Zuckerberg having to apologize in front of Congress because of his platform. Other people did bad things on his platform, and now he had to go stand in front of people in front of Congress and apologize. And it seems like they're using it as an excuse to go after online behavior and have more control over what happens online, because if they're trying to go after Section 230, which protects a lot of activity online, then the government is basically the curator of all content online, and they legally will have full control of everything that we say in public discourse.
Good. I'm glad I just signed up for Noster then.
Do you know if there's a video of him like apologizing? I want to see this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this guy, Senator Josh Hawley. He's like, there's people here today, and have you apologized to them? And he's like, no. And he's like, you should stand around and apologize to those people behind you. And they're all like standing behind, like holding signs of like their kids. Like, I don't even know what happened to these people, but he it was all like he's flustered, and yeah, it's an interesting video.
So what I think is interesting about this is this show, like the guest segment, especially a lot of the stuff that Bawdy does, has been building an incredibly strong case for the idea that these people are scrambling and throwing everything they've got at trying to suppress the growth of the alternative spaces. And a really strong piece of that evidence is, dude, everybody and their dog in like the banking and military industrial complex threw all of their weight behind Nikki Haley, and it just totally flopped, right? And one of her core platforms was that everybody should be registered online. And then the EU is doing the same thing, excuse me, where they were trying to force people to have like an online, biometric data login system of some kind. And the overwhelming vitriol that they are getting at every level to this idea. But then also on social media, it's just like back in 2006 to 2009, when all of the different, like, I guess, plebeian poor people classes were starting to unite against the banker occupation of our systems. Like, as they were uniting more and more, it seems like there's kind of a repeat of that. There's tons of people who are starting to investigate, like, well, who owns all of these companies and all the shares in their companies, and and I think that we're starting to get to the bottom of why these people are freaking out so bad and why they're moving so hard and so fast, even though they don't have the weaponry to try to shut everything down.
All right, let's watch this video real quick, and then I'm gonna bring well, he was in the backstage. I know where he went. Rican Man wanted to come up to talk about MoneroKon. I don't know where he went, but
Oh, okay, yeah. We could have him up.
Yeah, Rico Man,
Hope
if you're watching, and you come back up.
Our special guest.
Oh, there he is. All right, we're gonna watch this video, and then I'll pull Rican Man up.
37% of teenage girls between 13 and 15 were exposed to unwanted nudity in a week on Instagram. You knew about it. Who did you fire?
Senator, this is why we're building all.
Who did you fire?
Tools. Senator, I don't think that's.
Who did you fire?
I'm not going to answer that.
There's families of victims here today. Have you apologized to the victims? Would you like to do so now?
Well,
they're here. You're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
I'm sorry for everything that you've all gone through. Terrible. No one should have to go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invest so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
All right, interesting.
Wow, that's a crazy moment.
Interesting.
I'm waiting for that based like Andrew Torba type guy to turn around and be like, you people are shitty parents and you should do a better job monitoring what your kids are doing. Go fuck yourselves.
Imagine if Zuckerberg just did that in that moment. If he was just like, listen, motherfuckers. Oh man. He bowed. He bent the knee.
If your kids were exposed to a 2008 Call of Duty lobby, this wouldn't have happened.
There's something to be said about Instagram and like the social media. They're designed to try and like manipulate people in certain ways, but at the same time, like it's not.
What's really bizarre is like TikTok is about 10 million times worse as far as like exposure to nudity and shit for children.
Oh really?
But they had their human like puppet creature android robot thing come up in front of Congress to go bend the knee, and well, I'm gonna get really vulgar if I talk about how much I hate that guy, but like I'll just leave it at.
All right. Sorry I'll let you go ahead. No, you go ahead for like 3 seconds, and I'm gonna bring Rican Man up.
Oh, I was just gonna say this is why we need algorithms that are chronological in order and not like crazy algorithms.
I agree. All right. So Rican Man.
Hello.
Are you here? Hello, Rican Man. How's it going?
It's going pretty well.
Thanks for jumping on, man.
So far, we've been working on the invoices and everything, getting sponsors, and we're selling tickets now.
Awesome. Yeah, let's see if we get. We mentioned it before. Tux, you want to bring it up? Bring up the site?
Yeah, let me pull that up.
Yeah, I was mentioning before, we have a promo code, Monerotopia. People get 15% off. So you guys already sold out of the VIPs?
Oh, no. So actually, I think we just haven't put them up yet.
Okay.
We're sold out. Yeah, we'll make them available soon.
That was a good little marketing trick. I like that. I think you created a little panic out there. People panic bought their tickets, thinking they're already getting sold out. How many? Do you know approximately how many VIPs there'll be?
VIPs, not sure, but most likely we're looking to see around 200 to 300 attendees this year.
Beautiful.
Here's a waiting list. Is that a pre-order, or is it just a notification when they are available?
It's just a notification.
I see. Notify you. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. So if you really want that VIP, guys, get on that waiting list.
And the date is what? It's June 7th?
7th to 9th.
And it's going to be alongside like a crypto week, right, in Prague?
I believe so. I don't have too much on that.
I know that was the original intent. Yeah.
Happening.
Okay. Which is very cool.
Yeah.
So we should get a lot of attention, a lot of action. Do you know that they still have the big Monero sticker in the window at Parnelli Polis?
I think they do still have the big Monero sticker.
That's awesome.
I don't have an updated image, but it was said a while ago that the sticker is still there.
Awesome,
Very
man.
nice.
For those
This
of
is
you
where
who
it
are
was
on the
last year,
fence
right?
about going, I'm going to tell you right now that even just going to Prague for a vacation is money well spent. It's an amazing place to go. So I hope if you're on the fence, go. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And this is the
Definitely.
same venue it was at last year, right?
Yes.
Yes, this is the same
Awesome.
venue.
Which is a big deal. I mean, this isn't just some venue with a cool sounding name. Parnelli Polis is an institution. It was the location of the first Bitcoin cafe in the world that actually like publicized it. I think it was like in like 2011, and it's basically headquarters to
And now it's the Monero
the
Cafe.
crypto. What's that?
Now it's the Monero Cafe.
Yeah, it's kind of like headquarters for the crypto anarchy movement, right? Which is, I guess.
So what is it normally? Is it just like a venue place that people can rent out all the time, kind of thing?
You could rent it out, but they just so they have the cafe downstairs, and then they're constantly like running meetups there and different conferences, right? I don't know if you want to give more details on that. Recon man.
I don't know too much about what the other conferences that happen here, but I'm pretty sure they do run a lot of meetups and conferences there. But what the point of using the same venue is that we're trying to establish a presence in the area, so we can get more local people to come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've had the founders of Parnelli Polis on the show a few times. Uri, Bednar, and others that have come on the show. So mad respect to them, and it's just a beautiful thing to see that they have, they've always been Monero guys, I'm sure, but now they're more publicly accepting of it and helping to push the movement forward, right? So they're not Bitcoin maxis, these guys. They're Bitcoin OGs. We're right there from the beginning, but they're for the right reasons. They're the crypto anarchy side of the movement. They're interested in crypto for its digital cash purposes, and that's why they've been more accommodating to Monero, seeing that it's growing in its role as digital cash, and it's just a big positive sign to see that they are supporting Monero in this way and allowing the conference to take place there year after year.
Yeah,
and have
certainly.
a huge ass Monero sticker in the window. I mean, the guys who started this thing were all Bitcoiners. They were all old school Bitcoiners, and here they are saying, we support Monero as this tool for digital cash.
Yeah, it's quite a change. It's quite a good change.
You guys
Definitely,
got a Signal public group. Cool.
Yeah, man. Anything else you could tell us about MoneroKon? Get us excited.
Well, we are looking for papers, proposals, and
okay.
You could apply for a travel scholarship, meaning we will fund your travel to Prague, so then you can come and speak, or do your workshop, or anything else. So
wow, that's pretty big.
Yeah. So if you want to speak and you have something great, and you don't want to spend too much money, you can apply for a travel scholarship.
Beautiful. We may have to copy some of what you're doing here for Monerotopia. I like the way you guys have laid everything out here. It's very nice.
Yeah. Okay, that's great.
This is your sponsors. Karaoke and pizza night.
Beer pong. Nice. You can sponsor specific
and the chess tournament.
activities.
Yeah, they had chess going on last year. Very cool.
Awesome.
So since he just brought it up, and I know I brought it up like 2 months ago, and I did like literally nothing to continue to pursue it, and that's my bad. But I did like sort of start the process of creating funds for especially like maybe younger or people who are from like, you know, economically lower performance areas of the world, trying to put together a travel fund for them to make it to, you know, especially like the much more advanced technical conferences, but basically a way where people with some means can chip in, you know, like maybe $10 a month, or just like where a small amount of money is spread across a lot of people who might be better off, can make it possible for very promising, and I had developers in mind, right? But I don't know, like hardware enthusiasts or people who show a lot of promise in their ability to push the tech forward in these spaces, to be able to gather with the existing leaders of these spaces. And I noticed that that MoneroKon, there's more, not just this gentleman, but there's a bunch of people involved with MoneroKon that are kind of thinking about ways to facilitate the same idea. And if you look at like the industrial and technical revolutions of the past, usually what happens is there's sort of like a philosophical enlightenment, followed by some technical enlightenments, followed by the creations of institutions that basically pull the best elements out of the brightest people. So if you look at like the way that Harvard was founded and what it was like for its first, you know, couple hundred years or whatever, obviously not what it is now, or MIT or all of these other places where they started by trying to gather together extremely bright and promising people. But that's where the whole idea of grants and you know, college funds and all of that, it was trying to get those kinds of people into the spaces that they might not be able to afford to otherwise. And I think that the tech and the bedrock of our community is at such a level now where people who have that kind of talent, we should probably be finding a way to get those people with talent that don't have the means, to get them together with other leaders of the tech in our community and fund them to do so. So I appreciate that MoneroKon is thinking about that and doing something about it. I'll see if I can find the time to also help with that. But I think that what you guys are doing is something that we should all be thinking about, because there's lots and lots of people in the third world that are interested in this kind of stuff, that we could get them jump started and together with the leaders in the space, and we could push this way farther than we have right now.
You too could sponsor a child for just 65 Monero per month.
That's what I'm talking about. He just said everything I said in what, like a tenth of a second.
We're obviously at Monerotopia, it's basically a nominal charge for those that want to come, that are, you know, we say a local ticket, we say locals, so anybody, that's because we want to make it as inclusive as possible. But yeah, I love the idea of trying to bring in the young folks who perhaps can't afford to get there, trying to figure that out. Yeah, I think that's a great initiative. Maybe with Monerotopia, we could even just do it for like the South American region and try to figure out how to help people get there. But go ahead, Recon, man.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you have any website up or anything up? I mean, that sounds like it's quite a great idea.
Honestly, the only thing I've done, I'm not trying to like, you know, pat myself on the back. I'm very much a doer, and I'm terrible about like social media engagement and stuff. The only thing I've done is I've just been like buying expensive stuff and mailing it to people. And I just basically like sponsor younger people who obviously have talent by just like buying them a bunch of crap and then mailing it to them. But that said, I really need to get, if you want to reach out to me afterwards and we can talk about it or whatever, I would love to. But I'm not a social media guy, right? I actually hate sitting in front of a computer, and like I like to build stuff, right? So but I guess there's place in this for people like that as well, right? Like it's and I do have a lot of buddies that love to build websites and run domains and all of that I'm sure would love to help as well. But we should talk about, because I've been I guess bloviating about this on Monero Talk for months now. But literally the only thing I've done is just like buy a laptop for this guy, or buy a processor for that guy, or pay for a domain registration, or what, you know. I need to get organized about this for sure.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you'd like, I feel that if you publicize it a little bit more, just maybe have a very simple website with a contact to you, I mean, you could reach more people. And definitely at Monerotopia or MoneroKon, I feel being able to sponsor people that are unable to afford it would really, really help more people come.
Yeah, I don't know if you're on like the element. Doug totally called me out about like not being active on it, and he's totally right. There's a Monero like development element that you should jump on, and because there's other people on there that would probably be interested too. I would love to flesh this out with you. I'll actually pull it up and send it in the private chat real quick.
Okay, sure.
All right, Recon Man, anything else you want to bring up with regards to MoneroKon, and then we'll move on. We'll let other people say stuff on stage.
Well, just to wrap up, if you'd like to come and volunteer and help us, that would be great. And you know, workshops and speakers, anything that you'd like to come and present at MoneroKon that's related to Monero or privacy, please come send it to us. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Very cool.
I don't know if
Thank
this
you,
is a
man.
V issue, but I can't seem to load the.
So we ended up having a special guest after all. Thank you, Recon.
Maybe your browser. Oh, looks like your browser disables service workers. I think that may be the issue.
I threw my matrix thing in there real quick for you, brother.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, man. Feel free to stick around if you like. Anybody else that's up on stage want to throw out any comments?
Hello.
What's up, man?
How is everything? So here. Yeah. When I do my rants, it's not individual based, and I try to keep it only on the tech side. But I don't hold back much, so I wanted to say mad respect for the devs again, and supporting the devs. I would have a humorous joke about it, which is, what about the idea, like all these people, Doug, that emailed you and wanted to work on the Monero protocol, right? They emailed you, right?
People that want to work on the Monero protocol. What?
You said a couple of shows ago that you got emails from people that wanted to work on the Monero protocol. You said don't send emails to me. I don't decide who works on the Monero.
No, I think I was making that was in regards to a tweet.
Of Nopara, okay.
Yeah. When I got attacked for having Nopara on, and
okay.
then the samurai.
So my joke was
about the whole drama thing, where like
my joke. So
inviting people to work on the code, and it's like.
So I said send your resumes.
Yeah, my joke is, what about the idea of decoy devs? So how many? Then the thing would be, how many devs are on Monero? There would be like 10,000, and I don't know. The real ones would still make the commits, but you would have on Monerotopia or on Conferenco, Jane Doe's and John Doe's presenting and presenting the slides of the other ones and taking all the heat for that. I
Which
think
of
that
these
is
16 devs is real?
I was just about to say it's like Ring CT for devs.
Yeah.
Or the other thing is you could use like Chat GPT and shit to just submit random code. But then like within the in group, there's like groups of people who know which ones are artificial and just like scramble all of the commits and stuff.
Interesting concept.
Speaking of dev work, if there's anybody who wants to take it on, there's a 1.6 Monero bounty for adding IPv6 to Monerujo, the wallet.
You're still waiting on that one.
Yeah, it's got a lot of funding. As I said, it's 1.6 Monero, so somebody might pick it up. It's a pretty decent sized bounty.
but shortwave. The thing I think is that if you have a client on your smartphone, you're behind NAT on the router. The router does not by default forward IPv6 to your device, so that is a blocking.
I've used IPv6. I've used IPv6 nodes before from behind my firewall.
I'm not sure about, but I'm just saying I tried it once. It didn't work.
Yeah, I use it all the time.
There was a long time that I was like super enthusiastic about, things like Penguin routers and stuff like that. And it breaks my heart that that's not like the industry standard where there's all of this like open source hardware with everybody just uses it. And that's where all of the money is for development.
I see Cypher Bliss is up here. I don't think we've ever had Cypher Bliss up.
Yo.
Cypher Bliss, what's going on?
Can you hear me?
We got you.
Cool. I've been listening to this whole thing since 2019. First time.
Wow.
Don't have any social media, so I'm kind of nervous just being here.
No worries.
But yeah, I've been listening to these interactions for the last few weeks. More and more people have gotten on, so I thought, oh, this StreamYard thing, maybe I can go through that.
Welcome to the family.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
What can we do you for, man? What's going on?
Well, first I have stuff written down, and that could take a long time to go through. So maybe something today and something later. But first, I would go on what Slave Blocker said. I think last week he talked about Whitney Webb, and I would like to just back that, getting her on the podcast. I saw her with Natalie Burnell. I think she's what I would call a Bitcoin babe. Does like YouTube Bitcoin, and she had Whitney on, and all of the Bitcoiners seem to really like her because she's very critical. She's like anti-WEF and globalist and all that. So they're like posting pictures of Whitney next to Bitcoin. But then when Natalie gets into like, so where do you see Bitcoin going? And like, do you like it? She gives this speech, which I just think sums up all the issues with Bitcoin. So for Tux or for Tony, maybe next week, I highly suggest you add that to the news segment. I tried to find the clip, but she removed it from her YouTube channel. It's still on the full podcast, and she basically talks about, oh my God, it's going to $1 million, but are you into freedom or are you into numbers go up? So there's a segment there, I think around 32 minutes or something, which could be looked at for
Send me the
for
link
maybe
to that
next
real
week.
quick, and I can pull it up if you want right now.
Yeah, let's bring it up.
Yeah, it's probably going to take some time to like find the exact, but if you search has Bitcoin been co-opted on Nvidia's or whatever? You can find it there. And I think it starts around 32 minutes. And it's this segment basically of her saying what I guess we all understand, but Bitcoiners don't want to hear. And
Sounds like she listens to Monero Talk and Monerotopia.
Yeah, man,
has
that's what
Bitcoin
I'm-
been co-opted, right?
Yeah.
What's
and
hilarious
I'm-
is I just looked this up on YouTube, and the first result is Monero Talk with Crypto Bear.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's Natalie Brunel's, I think her name is, channel. So it's on there. It was posted like if you just search Natalie Brunel Bitcoin.
Well, the thing of getting Whitney Webb on,
Yeah, her.
where credit is due and respect should be paid, she's a professional investigative journalist, so I guess a fund would be well spent to gather capital to pay her for an interview, I guess.
Yeah, it's the second row all the way to the right.
Mhm.
That one, yeah.
Yeah, I think we should be able to get her to do a
You said around
Monero Talk or
32
something.
minutes.
Yeah, I think it's around 32. I don't think you get those timestamps here because it's not YouTube, but or yeah, there you go.
Can government co-opt Bitcoin? 42. Is that it?
No, the one before that. Maybe
Government using Bitcoin?
Yeah. What's the timestamp?
36 minutes.
And before that?
Bitcoin evangelism book promo.
Yeah. No, then it's probably the 36.
All right. Let's see.
Well, that's something that we talked about in the last episode where we discussed sort of the fragility of the overall system and how the big banks were consolidating into fewer and fewer and how that would lend to the eventual release of a CBDC. But, you know, it begs the question, will Bitcoin address some of these issues? Because I think a lot of people think that a CBDC is inevitable and it will have, you know, use cases for some people who maybe are going to pay taxes in those CBDCs. But with regards to opting out and having an alternative, some people would say that it looks like the government, regulators, even Wall Street, they're approving Bitcoin, they're adopting Bitcoin, they're creating products around Bitcoin to allow more and more people to have access to it. And so Bitcoin's sort of winning in that sense. Would you agree?
Winning. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it under those metrics. I certainly think that the big commercial banks and potentially, you know, the financial arm of the U.S. government think they can use Bitcoin for something that benefits them. Just to, you know, before I go any further, I mean, I think it's pretty clear to everyone that there's a big differentiation, even from the U.S. government's perspective, between Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, right? Gary Gensler of the SEC refers to Bitcoin as a commodity, but every other cryptocurrency is a security from the SEC's perspective. That's pretty significant. So seeing Bitcoin as like this commodity from the SEC's perspective, the only commodity in the digital currency space, they obviously want to use that to their benefit if they can. And it seems like they probably can and will. Yeah. So the conflict here, as I see it, is why was Bitcoin originally made? You know, from what what's been portrayed, right? It was created as a tool of financial freedom to prevent fiscal irresponsibility on the part of central banks and also commercial banks as a response to things like the 2008 financial crisis. Okay. So what happens when the same powers that Bitcoin was created to thwart start using it to continue their bad behavior? Is it still a tool for financial freedom then, or has it become a tool of the same people it was created to fight against? This is a real discussion that needs to happen in the Bitcoin space. It is happening to a degree, arguably not enough. I think a lot of people you know, can get kind of googly-eyed thinking like, oh, wow, what if Bitcoin goes above $200,000? Like, and all of this stuff. Like, okay, well, it's great that you might have, you know, a higher net worth, but in a lot of the cases where like Bitcoin would be projected to reach astronomical sums, that means like the dollar and like other currencies widely in use become like insanely devalued. So like, okay, if a loaf of bread is worth like $300 because like helicopter money in the US has happened and it's like hyperinflation, and you have Bitcoin, like you might have like a lot of, it looks like you have a lot of money in your account, but in terms of purchasing power, like you basically have the same lifestyle you have now, but everyone else around you is dirt poor and has nothing. Like, is that a scenario to be like cheered on? I don't think so. Bitcoin's supposed to be ideal money, right? And a tool of financial freedom. And if we let the people that have run this insane monetary casino for decades use Bitcoin for their ends, Bitcoin will cease to be that, period. I also think there's a side effort too, and I think it's very obvious, or should be very obvious to people in the space, to criminalize privacy enhancing tools for Bitcoin transactions. They want Bitcoin transactions, those that they allow to happen, to be completely surveillable. They don't want financial privacy, which is part of this push for bank issued stable coins and deposit tokens and CBDCs, is all about knowing everything about the flow of money. How the public spends their money. They don't want you to spend $1 and them not know about it, So, I mean, that's essentially where it's headed. And to use Bitcoin, they want it to go in that direction as well. So, it's very likely, like in the event that like the dollar hyperinflates, like, people have made the case that like maybe Bitcoin will be used as a reserve asset to keep the dollar from completely imploding, like if the US is going to default on its debt and we're like, what, at like 34 trillion now? I mean, it's like completely insane. And it's not like going to be addressed, the debt problem. So obviously it will explode at some point. So, I mean,
I feel like this is like
very cognizant of like.
Wait, what is Natalie's response? I kind of just want to hear her.
Yeah,
I just want to see
these efforts to use Bitcoin for ends that are like not good in terms of like the original ethos of Bitcoin. So people kind of have
the word Monero.
Pick a side here about like, are you going to fight to keep Bitcoin a tool for financial freedom for everybody, and to keep it being like ideal money to as a hedge against central bank and commercial bank malfeasance? Or are you going to let those same central and commercial banks use it for their ends and incorporate it into their system of complete financial control? I think it's very easy to choose what side to be on there. But some people, again, are like, ooh, the prospect of being a millionaire sounds great. But like, if you to maintain the lifestyle you have now in a hyperinflation scenario costs $1 million, I mean, that's not great either. And if all your transactions are surveillable and all of the stuff, I mean, maybe you have more money, but like, the system they're trying to like usher in, commit a thought crime, and the DOJ will just come and seize all your Bitcoin like they do to tons of people. I mean, there's certain stuff we have to stand against, or it gets bad for everybody. It doesn't matter how much Bitcoin you hold.
I think you bring up really important points about how we have to build tools that will preserve privacy with Bitcoin, that will protect the right to self-custody. That's one thing that a lot of Bitcoiners are getting super involved with regards to advocacy against bills like Elizabeth Warren's anti-crypto bill. We also have to build more tools to ensure network decentralization. But I will say what gives me hope is that no matter what company comes in, or if nation states want to adopt it as a reserve currency, Bitcoin is immutable to change and can't be captured or co-opted in the way that all these other forms of money can be. And my biggest hope with Bitcoin is that it does empower people economically. So if they can at least just store their value in something that's not going to be ripped away from them and diluted by inflation, they can make some more decisions. They will have the freedom. They will have more options to choose what lifestyle is right for them, and maybe take themselves to a country where they feel safer or where they feel their views are more represented. Would you agree with any of that?
I mean, to an extent, but you have to keep in mind.
I did point out that it kind of shows a serious lack of the understanding of the back end of how these things work. what
Yeah, I
she's
had
saying.
to laugh at that.
Yeah,
sentence.
and I mean, she's, she would be a really good, like, front end dialogue sort of person for a lot of these concepts. But the thing is like, after what the guest on the right just said, her response was to talk about the immutability of Bitcoin, even though the
So
guest on the
robotic.
right literally just laid out a massive case for the fact that it is not immutable. Like, that was the entire premise of what she's saying. And then the person on the left comes back with like, well, I mean, it's a great place to put your money where it's immutable and it can't be taken from you. And she just spent 15 minutes telling her how it could be taken from you and how it's not immutable. Right?
You could be immutably captured forever,
Yeah,
eternity
I wonder
in
if she even
this
like
surveillance
heard
system.
anything that woman said,
Whitney Webb she listens to Monerotopia. I'm convinced. She listens to Monero Talk.
Apparently,
she's
only
awesome.
you, though, not the guests.
It sounds like a Monero person talking to a Bitcoin person. Is like what we're listening to here.
That's exactly what I thought when I saw this. And Slate Blocker said last week, like, yeah, get Whitney on. And I think if she goes on, if she doesn't know what Monero is, she's gonna get it, I feel like.
Yeah,
she knows what it is. There's something that, like, just sociologically, the biggest difference between people who left Bitcoin versus people who stayed in Bitcoin. And I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, but whoever this lady is on the left, right? So it's always people in Bitcoin will develop tools, or those guys over there will get this thing done, right? But the people who develop tools and get things done, they all left Bitcoin in like no later than 2018. We all watched the migration happen, right? And people in the Monero community are, we have to do this thing, or I'm going to do this, or will somebody help me knock this task out? And the interviewer was just saying, developing privacy preserving tools, right? It's like, it is 2024, people.
Exist.
Like, the farthest that they've gotten is like coin joining and mixers and it's like, you are so far behind on privacy right now. It's like a lost cause.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, this is influencer versus influencer with social media presence and versus someone who knows what's going on and understands the industry.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
A lot of coping mechanisms going on in the space, unfortunately. And I would say also, if somehow the Monero community can help this happen, I would say getting Arctic Mine on Lex Friedman would be awesome. He has mentioned Monero in sentences, but he's never talked about it. But Lex
has mentioned Monero? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I'm blocked by Lex Friedman.
I've listened to his podcast for since the beginning.
In totally unrelated news, he's been banned off of every platform.
Right now?
No, I was just joking. Like, if he keeps talking about it, like, he's gonna look into the
He asked Brian Armstrong in an interview, "Why don't you support Monero?" And that was a kind of a bold question. I was glad Lex asked that because I do feel like Coinbase does preach that they are like the future and we preserve the rights of our users or whatever, but then at the same time they don't allow Monero. And he just cited that it was like illegal. Like they haven't actually written down the laws, but it's like a soft power that they have to limit the ability of United States exchanges to use Monero. So it was interesting.
Centralized exchanges are not the future.
I think I missed that or forgot. When did that happen? Ramsey, was that
was
this year?
That was over a year ago, it feels like. But yeah, I feel like maybe, I think it was, I don't know if he's been on there once or twice, but it's definitely something that you can check out.
Yeah, and Lex has mentioned Monero, like he's talking to I don't know if it was Charles Hoskinson or Vitalik or whatever, but he's like saying, yeah, like Bitcoin, like Ethereum, like Monero, and it's like he knows what it is. And I think Arctic, that's just my suggestion. He's one of the best guys to get on there and talk about the technical stuff. Lex is great at like preparing, and he has questions and critical questions. He's had a ton of Bitcoiners on. He's had Vitalik, Charles, the founder or co-founder of Chainlink, the Italian guy who started Algorand, but no Monero yet. And
Howard Chu would also be really good.
Yeah, definitely.
So are we all in agreement then that we're gonna blow up his feeds until he puts Doug and then Arctic on the show?
Well, I don't have any social media, so you're gonna have to do the job.
You know.
No, I mean, if Arctic would be amazing. Howard Chu would be.
I think Howard Chu would be the best, and
well,
other than R.I.P. John McAfee, obviously he would have been the best.
Well,
okay, hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second. Do you guys want to watch the reply, Whitney's reply to what Natalie just said, before I close this off?
All right, you gotta let it go like another minute or so. Listen.
Okay. We add any extra content, I think, but.
To like co-opt all the on and off ramps in Bitcoin. So like even in that scenario, like if you have a lot of Bitcoin, but like you can't use it or exchange it for legal tender, you know, you'd only be able to like use it with other people that have Bitcoin, right? And so like there's a potential for that to emerge at some point, probably in certain scenarios. But as it is right now, I mean, there's an unprecedented effort by like the DOJ specifically to get like major crypto exchanges under its thumb by making them, well, I mean, the Binance thing is a good example, right? So like looking at Binance, what's happened.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
Yeah. An insane amount of staff from the Department of Justice are surveilling every transaction that goes through Binance right now. And FinCEN has custodianship of the exchange for the next 5 years. They have all access to all of Binance's data, not just from the settlement forward, but all of their past data. So they can retroactively go and flag transactions, and the DOJ can be like, we're going to seize that wallet for X amount of Bitcoin and add it to, you know, the DOJ's massive Bitcoin holdings, which are among the biggest in the world. Right. So you control all of these on and off ramps and surveil all of that. Like that is a major problem. Yeah. And I think people have to be really aware of this like big push to end online anonymity and financial anonymity, or like just privacy that I've been talking about for a long time. So like, you know, obviously like Bitcoin has potential to be something, but if we let these people control the on and off ramps and like other major aspects of infrastructure, like maybe Bitcoin itself is immutable, but they plan to do everything in their power to prevent it from being something that takes a big chunk of their power away. And I think people have to be like, I mean, some people are naive about how far these people will go, but you should not be. Like, these are people that do not want to cede their power to anybody. And they're very accustomed to stealing from us. And they don't plan to stop stealing, you know? So, I mean, people need to be really aware of that and, you know, and fight to keep Bitcoin to be something that is empowering and a tool for freedom and financial freedom. Because, you know, if enough people get too googly-eyed about the value going up and, you know, yeah, pumper bags and all of this stuff, I mean, there's a lot of damage could be done. And, you know, I mean, I wish I had more like positive stuff to say about it, but I mean, it's not like the battle is lost. Like, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is people need to be really aware.
What I'm trying to say is use Monero. That would say. What I'm trying to say is
what episode on Natalie's channel is this? Because I'm actually, that sounds interesting enough that I'm actually going to go watch the entire thing.
Title. It's on the second row all the way to the right.
I can't see the parts. I can't see the because I'm blind.
Leave the world behind and build a new one with Whitney Webb.
Okay, thanks.
There you go. That's it.
I just want to say one thing in regard to Binance. Long story short, basically, I got scammed and wanted to report the scam. But in order to I looked on the Blockchain Explorer and saw that he imported to Binance. So I was like, I got to report this to Binance, and I had to make an account to do that. And then it said, you're in the US, you can't make a Binance account. So as a result of the government's regulations of Binance, I wasn't able to report a scam.
Wow.
It's like it's such a fucking clown world situation with the whole like crypto exchange. Like everything that they say they're gonna do, it's always like 2 days before the exact opposite thing happened. Remember back in the day when like the government was gonna try to keep us safe and it would take like a month for everything to backfire, and now it only takes like 5 hours?
Well, they always wanted control. Like the famous saying that I think that CIA guys have said, they only want the state to remain in control.
Opt out, use Monero.
And so for those of you in the chat,
Yeah, I think they know the problem.
I linked so earlier in the show there was some discussion especially with Bawdy about how, you know, if Monero became like the default everything, right, it's the scaling problem would emerge quickly. So I'm not super great at code, but I'm pretty good with math stuff, and I've never really brought it up, but I always thought that it's called directed acyclic graphing techniques, and there's like a lot of ways to do it, right? There's got to be dozens of formulas by now, but they're particularly useful when you're coding. And I linked it in the chat if somebody wants to look at it in greater detail. In fact, I think Nano might be playing with this. And the only other person that I've heard talking about it, and I'm sure a lot of other math nerds have noticed this, but like I think Luke Smith at Monerotopia had mentioned that, I don't think he pointed out that it was directed acyclic graphs, but he pointed out that there are other ways to organize that instead of a traditional blockchain, there are other ways to do proof of work style.
Oh, yeah, doing that weird thing where like a consensus majority of the peers see a transaction and they're like, okay, like 75% of us see this, so it must be, and it's valid, so it must be okay.
Yeah, what he said. And the thing is like, as far as now, what I've never heard anybody bring out that I think is like super crucial for capitalizing on the value of this, right, is if you were to merge mine a chain, and it's so remember how they were asking, okay, well, how do you make a stable coin that's private? Okay, well, if you were to merge mine, for example, like one of these smart contract projects or something, and it had a side chain that confirmed a transaction that was pegged to Monero, but that same mining process was also mining Monero. Okay, and I hope this isn't getting super confusing, but basically, if you had a smart contract and then the proof of work was merge mining Monero, but within that smart contract, you were using directed acyclic graphing techniques. There's a lot of options. You would probably want to pick the best math formulas that would both be highly efficient for scaling, but would also be easy to code without a whole lot of extra like coding problems. And there's a lot.
I wanna get something off my chest, and I'm so happy to be here, and I don't want to make this like a narcissistic, egomaniacal, god complex type of stuff. The bounty is still out for my nick. I don't care. So I wanted to just say the base case for this layer 2 block thing. because last time I said it, it was, and if anything, I want to take the weight off of Doug for this show, and I want to just contribute, not be a weight. So if we start at the beginning and we imagine that we have 10 blocks, like let's say a blockchain with 10 blocks, and we have the source code block, and we have the first 2 blocks. So let's say that what is used to prevent double spending in Monero is the key images. So if we spend inputs, let's imagine that on the source block there is outputs that we can use as inputs in the first block. We do so, but what we do is, just because it is a layer 2 block does not mean that it's not on chain. It is layer 2 and it is on chain. The thing is that we remove it by putting only the key images on the first block and the hash of the layer 2 block. And that's why we are all small blockers and big blockers. The question is, how much of a big blocker are you? Because if we do this just for the first block and we remain the entire chain equal, we could still, if we wanted to spend inputs from the first block, then we would have to spend using our coins, our first slave block, and we would send it to the miner and it would still work. The question is, for how many master blocks can we do this such that all nodes in the network still can synchronize? And I think this is super important because, sorry, I'm just going to keep going. So because there is the 10 block lock time. And this is important to prevent to cope with the reorgs, basically. So if there is that, then there is another function which I came up with, which is the flag waving velocity. This means that if you have all the big blocks, like we do now, we just have them all on chain. We don't do this partition where you withdraw the block, so to speak, from the master block, keeping it as a layer 2 block. And you see Ledger Nano S's, this is all for the future. There will be a service to sell. I lost my layer 2 block, but I have my polysieve. I know which height it was. I don't have my layer 2 block, but could someone sell it to me? Because some Monerian will have it. And the flag waving velocity is that if you have in computational complexity, you have 2 things. You have space and you have time. For example, bullet proofs. You do a lot of calculations and you reduce it to log n or n log n. So the nodo, for example, is very fitting name because the less layer 2 blocks you keep, the more proof of work you should provide. Because now we do not provide proof of work for the chain. We just worry about the proof of work to mine a block. And this is the only step that is missing. It's not scalable, but it will be. I mined combinatorial objects, and I always saw that NP completeness, that wall of complexity that is exponential. But if we kick it back to the mempool or to the bandwidth, this is all polynomially based. This is n to the power of c, a constant, and not c to the power of n. So it will scale. And there is an elephant in the room about Monero not scaling, but it will. Thanks so much. I love you guys.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
So the only thing that I'm not understanding is the flag waving part. Can you, so basically you're requesting your layer 2 information. Can you go over that again? Please.
Yeah, I was breathing. So so the concept,
I hope we would all
So the thing, this is additional. This is just like another option. Like, let's say in 100 years, okay? like in 100 years Monero works fine, and then a guy comes and says, okay, no one in 100 years, if Monero works, is going to sync from Genesis from 2014. They're going to sync like from 50 years. And of course, there is the zero sync, and then there is the quantum resistant, and there is the quantum entanglement, and then there are lots of variable human variables as well. And like, my point is, we should think about snapshots. Like in 100 years, no one is going to sync from Genesis. So I come with my slave block, right, and my keys. I make a transaction. I prove it from the miner, and the miner says, no, but I don't have that master block you're referencing to. Those are your granny coins. You didn't rotate them. So yeah, tough luck. Like basically the flag waving velocity says that the less layer 2 blocks you keep, the more proof of work you would have to provide, because the node would synchronize, and it's better. Like, it seems intuitively better that that node would provide also proof of work because these miners, they mine in a context. Like, we cannot just have hashes of layer 2 blocks with the key images from start to finish until the 10 block lock time, and then no one knows in which context they're mining. So it seems intuitive that we need a flag. How tall is the flag of Monero? The stick of the flag is always the same. The top is the mempool. It is a dark black hole. All the transactions get confirmated. Zero conf is paramount. So the amount of layer 2 blocks you keep is the more you have, the less proof of work you would have to provide for a node to sync up. I'm gonna breathe again, so thanks.
I think the best way to present this is because I can visualize what you're saying in my head, but I'm also trying to think in terms of like an audience, but more importantly, for people to audit and vet your idea and try to poke holes in it, right? Because a lot of this, I've never thought about this shit before, right? But like, if a person could look at the visualization, like, I mean, maybe I'll try to draw one up for what I.
No, the thing that I can do memes about it gladly.
Yeah,
the thing is that I'm surely not the first guy that came up with this idea. I'm just the one that says there is hope. Prove me wrong, roast me here live. I don't care. I pay 0.1 Monero to lose my nick. And again, I just want to contribute and be positive.
What's interesting about this is because you're hitting on a lot of the things that the Monero community wants to preserve about Monero in the process of building more scaling capacity, right? Like what you're saying here, the reason why it interests me particularly so much is because we would lose none of the advantages that Monero carries right now, but have so many even just quality of life improvements with what you're saying. I mean, I can think of a lot of like just the quality of life improvements that would be gained from some of it. But I think we need to draw it out visually, so a lot of people can quickly audit it and decide whether or not this is a good direction to go, because it's kind of a cool concept.
Now, pardon me, but if you wanted to sync a node, say in 100 years, obviously you wouldn't want to sync the entire blockchain if you could avoid it. So why not have like the Monero daemon or whatever, have you input your 25-word seed at startup, or you could skip it. And then since each version, I think, of Monero, like 0.18.3.1, 0.18.3.0, whatever, I think each of those has a checkpoint. So when it's released, it says, hey, up to this point, this chain is the valid one, and here's a hash or whatever saying that it is valid up to this point. So you could just sync back from you could say, okay, my first block is after X checkpoint. So you could just sync from that checkpoint forward.
Well, that he was talking about when he hit the snapshot part of
his snapshot
gospel there. Although, honestly,
the snapshot aspect is just that it is just another version of it. The flag part. Let's go down to the sea. Crowds of people wait for me. I like that quote from Orchiva. So you go to the beach. There are lots of flags. There are Monero flags. All have the same height. That means that, and the stick of the flag, it is not a perfect line because it's a V, because it contains the key images. At some part, it will be a line because the adoption has already grown to a static level. It's not rising anymore. It's like, I don't know. The other day, it says that it doubles from. I heard that from Antonopoulos, that it's 50K transactions per second at 23rd of December. So I just kept with that. And I lost my train of thought. Okay, so
beach flags.
Yes. So if the flags are static, a new node comes along and wants to raise his Monero flag, being where he puts it in the ground is the Genesis block. The stick goes up a little bit in a V. There are no miracles here. And then that is just the master blocks, one after the other, as small as possibly, right? As short, proven possibly. And then the layer 1 plus the layer 2 blocks, which is the flag. And many people can have a different amount of layer 2 blocks. Like if I don't have a petabyte available, right, I can just, just have layer 1 blocks plus the layer 2 blocks for just the last 6 months. Another person can make a business out of it and provide layer 2 blocks as a service for anyone who requests them. And so the thing of the flag waving velocity has to do with, if you have time complexity, you have less space complexity. Okay, in hopeless NP complete problems, you have both. But this is not the case. So I don't know where I'm unclear here.
You're making a case. I can almost guarantee you that this, people who aren't familiar with the back end of Monero are probably having no idea what you're talking about. But on the flip side, I mean, it all makes sense. Like you're building in your security with one or the other, with space or with time.
Well, the first thing is that no one is going to 51% attack over the 10 block lock time. Who would do that? Why would invested actor block start mining from 6 months ago? They would start mining from now on, right? So that's one thing. And if we already put so much proof of work for the last 6 months, if we go 100x on the mining thing, why is it not a static thing that it's not going to be perfect? But there are timestamps, right? So if you download the Monero D, you download it, verify the hashes. It's from the getmonero.org. You could be hacked there. I mean,
See, what I like about this is at that point, it's only the security of the computers that are doing the mining that is, even as far as I can think of, that would be the attack surface at that point.
The thing is that you asked. It's not the thing. It's just the context situation. You asked if I floated this to the devs after me saying we're all in the same boat. So that implied I was already outside of the boat. But this is the people's money, right? So the devs are they are our trusted executioners, right? And you said we shouldn't be Monero people talking to Monero people about Monero. No, this is Monerotopia. Yes? So the problem that was given to me, and which I don't understand, where there might be NP complete complexity is in the syncing part. If a node starts the initial block download phase from Genesis or at 50 years from some block 50 years ago, then he couldn't sync. It's like the nodes that have these layer 1 plus layer 2 blocks, they need something to chew on, you know, you need the context. I don't know how to explain it better.
Yeah, it just seems like in the future, a lot of it will be like a ZK Stark proof, and then some of the operation will be done on layer 2. But I think that's for a long time. The problem is that all these solutions like ZK Sync, Mutator Set, Mimblewimble, Lightning, all of them have their own flaws. Like Mimblewimble and Lightning, they're interactive protocols. So yeah, even their network layer is public. And look, the timeline within 2023 and 2024, Bitcoin and Dash, as well as even Monero, just they have that P2P connection, means end-to-end encrypted, the node connection. So yeah, we have to look at other things also. There are lots of trade-off, and we have to mitigate those stuff, as well as the problem which Natalie and those guys were talking about, the state control of on and off ramp. Yeah, that could be prevented if they have like a development backbone on privacy, like even confidential transaction. If they implemented that, or they implemented cross transaction aggregation, like to make sure that coin joins are cheaper. They have Dandelion plus plus. None of the problem would have happened in those like Bitcoin space or like those transparent blockchain space. So yeah, there are
I2P, I have a question. What would be interesting is to reduce in log n, if you have a set of public keys or key images, let's say, it's about key images, then to make a locking function that if you have n key images, you would prove that one of those key images is within the set membership with only log n space complexity. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, I think
so. You have n keys. You have n keys. You have n keys, and you want to prove that one of those keys is within the set, but you do it in a space complexity of log n. That's my question to you, if you know that.
Yeah, ZK proofs like they are getting advanced. So I think, yeah, like something like Mina type, yeah, it's possible to have like all the in the blockchain set as a proof, as a ZK proof. But there are also like trade-offs. It's not of like a final solution. That's why other blockchains are also having problem. Like Ascanon has said, like those async DAGs, those kind of blockchains like Nano, as well as Zcash is attempting like liberated payments. Like they have their second layer solution as validity proofs and as well as liberated payments. But the thing is, they're very new, and the only the sector is like mostly in public blockchains. They're not like even privacy coins. So there are some trade-offs. It's not like a final solution. In future it will improve, but yeah, right now the thing is, we have to see like the CIA guy used to say, like Andrew Busterman, the state only wants to make sure they have the control over the populace and the state. They want to make sure they have control over the state, so they will just do co-opting, like co-opt the Bitcoin devs or co-opt the Ethereum devs with proof of stake garbage or small blocks or whatever. But the thing is, we have to make sure, is the protocol resistant enough for censorship resistance? Is it resistant enough for like state intervention? So yeah, there are lots of like drawbacks to every tool. So yeah, we have to make sure Monero, yeah, like we want that our syncing, like wallet syncing. I think most people will use light wallets. So if to make sure that wallet syncing is faster, but yeah, there are lots of trade-offs. You have to make sure like we have decentralization, censorship resistance, all those properties are there.
So I just want to point out, like, you know, this what Slav Blocker's bringing up here, I mean, none of them by themselves, as far as what he's brought up, none of these concepts are exactly new. But I would tell you, as a person who loves this stuff, what you're bringing up in its context is what's new to me. I hope everybody's getting what I'm laying down here, which is...
Yeah, that's what's the amazing part of it, Oaskanon. Like 200, like I don't know, how many shit coins are there in the world? It cannot be that none of them said, okay, we are going to put the hash there, a key image, and keep the slave block for ourselves, and then send it to the miner. And this is incredible. Like, I don't know what to say. This can't be real.
Yeah, many blockchain have that, like Mina as well as Neptune Cash. They are also planning something like that. But the thing is, those are not ready. Like Mina is a surveillance coin, and Neptune Cash didn't even came out. It's just they're in development phase. And there are many other coins like
I read
that.
a little bit of that. I read a little bit of that Neptune. How can there be? It's like quantum resistant and all that. But
yeah,
how can there be just one transaction? How can there just be a one transaction per block?
Let me pause you for a minute. So did you ever see the Luke Smith Monerotopia from Mexico? Did you actually get to see that?
If I saw it,
did you see that?
I don't remember. Luke Smith is a advocate for Linux, and he has guides. I know that.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll try to like consolidate it a little bit, because I've got two things going on in my head with about what you said. Plus, sometimes this stuff takes a little bit for me to digest, because like, I mean, from a mathematical basis, I totally get everything that you're saying, but it's also like putting it together the way that you have. I mean, thinking about the implications, there's a lot there. But my point is, on one side, I'm thinking like, okay, if what you're saying is true, it's almost like hard to believe that nobody noticed how many things this solves and fixes, right? Like it's so there on one side of my brain, I'm just like, how could this be so effective and nobody's doing it yet? Or at least nobody that I know is doing it this way. But then on the other side, I'm thinking in Luke Smith's presentation, he was talking about how, especially towards the end, the technological solutions for Monero's problems almost certainly already exist, and we just haven't implemented them yet. And his example was the fact that, several South American empires had the technology of the wheel in like children's toys and stuff, but they never deployed it for like getting work done, right? So they were using these engineering concepts for like playing games, but they weren't using it for like massive construction projects and stuff, even though it would have made their lives a million times easier. And so what you've brought up here, and I'm trying to keep it like kind of simple for anybody who doesn't know like the math or the software side of what you're describing here. But if what you're saying is true, you've really laid out a way where without a lot of modifications, we could solve a lot of things that, I mean, are almost not even really a problem now. And then it's also what could be built as a result of that I'm even more interested in, right? So if what you're saying was ever deployed, there are so many other things that you could now do with Monero and a bunch of other stuff that is really difficult to do now.
No, I love NFTs, for example. You would keep the data of the NFT on your hard drive next to the chimney on Christmas, like a present. Nice.
I think that even in a larger sense within the public imagination, it's people don't really have like a vision of a future that's actually like a distributed economy. In sci-fi, like for instance, Star Wars, there's an empire, right? Which Monero is like against the ideals of an empire, and like smart contracts are against the ideals of an empire. Seems like people can, and then there's the cyberpunk, which is like the evil corporations and stuff. But there's no not much public imagination for a vision of the future where there's distributed, decentralized, built on smart contracts, and it's actually a positive future, right? And so I think that a lot of people just have a difficult time even imagining this, let alone figuring out how to create this and become a developer, right? Because like if the development community is already small enough, the community of people who are software engineers, the people we need to build this, and then within that, like that field, they just don't even have a vision for the future that we actually are trying to build, because it's the only positive future out there.
Because we've never ever in human history had a time without an empire. We've had the Chinese Empire and the Roman Empire and all these empires. We as humanity don't know what living without an empire is like. So people have a hard time imagining it.
So
Yeah,
Ramsey,
it's
I
just
have a question
300
for
years
you.
old.
How do you solve that? What's your suggestion for the solution to that problem, Ramsey?
Yeah, so DAOs are generally the marketing term. I don't really like that term. I don't really like three-letter abbreviations. I actually am a smart contract developer, and I've been working on a forum that's actually based on a shareholding structure. So the way that works is on Reddit, like everyone has one vote. It's like the democratic ideal. But this is more of a shareholding structure where the content is curated by the votes, and then the votes are equivalent to how many tokens that you own. And so it's actually an alternative governance model. And we just launched. We're over at talk.online, but that's like legitimately what I'm trying to build.
Yeah, that's the thing. Lots of solutions with their own trade-off. Like even those DAOs, none of those DAOs are like private. Like most of the coins are. That's the problem. Like the culture of surveillance coin, transparent coin. It's like so much of it. Just like China, like how China got the surveillance state. It because of CIA and Google. Otherwise, there wouldn't be like this China's rise.
I would like to go into the video of this week of Rucknium, and more specifically into the ring signatures, because my take on it is biased, because I am talking about layer 2 blocks this way. So I think that again, I'm just a Monero hobbyist. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. Like, I don't see a problem with ring signatures. And I heard what he said, and I stand by what he said. So the full membership proofs thing, first, I don't understand it. Second, perhaps it's not peer-reviewed. Third, it's new crypto. There is a moral responsibility and all that stuff. And I would like to describe a way for if you have an output that is tainted of high risk. I visualize it best with badminton balls or feather balls. If this becomes too confusing, please stop me. But let's say we go down to the beach again, to the sea. Crowds of people wait for me there. And there is Christine playing badminton, right? And now we see she hitting the badminton ball. And it goes from left to right. On the left side, you have the spikes, and on the right, you have the ball of the feather ball. And you make frame shots, like non-overlapping, such that the feather ball goes from the left to the right. And so if you have a high-risk output, it's like one of the spikes on the left are the outputs, and the ball is like the stealth address. So we are considering only one input and only one output. So what you want to do is you want to hide in the crowd. So if we have this once, are you guys following me? Do you visualize what I say, Laskena?
Yeah, I'm closing my eyes so I can like really focus on what you're saying.
So on the
I'm just seeing feather balls is stuck in my head.
so you see one line you see one line of feather balls, right?
Real quick. Hold on.
You see one line of the feather ball going, and you take non-overlapping snapshots, like 1 frame, 2 second, third, fourth, until 10, let's say, okay? And we have only one input, one output. This represents ring signatures of 15 decoys and one output, and you go from left to right. If you would do that, doesn't matter how long you would do this, because you would be the only one to do this. You would go to an exchange, you would withdraw perhaps the same amount if you're really stupid, and then you're screwed. So what you want to do is you want to wait for the second feather ball and the third to start from the overlapping first feather ball that you made, right, on the same output, and then you are the second on the second frame, and then you wait a random amount of time, and then you are the fourth, and then after like 8 frames you are so hidden in the crowd that you can even write a script to follow this locally on your node, and then you're like in between 1,000 people. Like, I don't do this, I'm not a high risk individual or a person with a high risk output, but you could definitely program the script and let it run locally on your node. I hope
Well, how hard would it be to just build that into every transaction?
No, that's different, man.
I mean, other than the fact that, you know, how much somebody withdraws would be up to them, or how much somebody spends, I mean, would be up to them. But it's like, so let's say you take the exact same concept, because obviously with ring signatures, you're already like doing the lost in the crowd thing. But how hard would it be to build the randomization right in that you're describing outside of just ring signatures?
You lost me. That's outside of the context what I was talking. Yeah, I was like hoping for yay and then cooperation, but I guess I wasn't very clear on that.
Well, so you're saying
yeah,
you have one output,
yeah,
and then
which you use as input, one output which you use initially as high risk input, and you have the feather ball, which is the left, like the 16 feathers, one is yours, and then to the right you have the first stealth address.
Okay, I now understand that the analogy, it's not the snapshots that are the transactions. The entire feather ball represents the transactions.
Exactly.
The snapshots at the time that has elapsed.
No, 10 snapshots would be 10 transactions.
Yeah, so the number of transactions that has elapsed.
And plus, I'm bad at explaining, so imagine that. Yeah.
No, because that's what I was. Okay, I see what you're saying. So like the ring of all of the the ring signature, all the decoys and the real transaction are all built into your feather ball, and it's actually the time of other transactions that represent your snapshots. So, and that would be where the randomization is already built into how we do it now.
Well, imagine the first feather ball sequence being yours, right? All in white feather balls. And then start with other colors like green, blue, starting from the same output and being parallel to you. Each transaction, you just wait. Now I'm the first one making to there, then I'm the third one from the second transaction to the third transaction. I wait. I analyze how many times was parallel feather balls with other colors being used. And then I go to the next snapshot, which is the next transaction. And I always randomize. So after like 10 transactions, you're so hidden in the crowd that ring CT is not a problem. There is no way to crack Monero. Forget that. Like, it is not perfect.
I mean, I've agreed with that for a long time based on almost exactly what you're saying right now. I think what people are worried about with ring CT, it's not so much that right now it's actually a threat. I mean, you have to be really, really stupid and a extremely high value target in order for ring CT, and then the hypothetical Eve Alice Eve thing, I think what they're worried about is the constant progression of computational power, like being able to reverse engineer transactions from like a long time ago. Does that make sense? So for example, like let's say
the thing is that Eve Alice Eve just uses one transaction, right? But if you churn it really fast to yourself all the time, imagining just one input, just one output, normally there are two inputs, one ring signature per input. I don't know how it's, I studied this in the 0 to Monero version 2 in MLSAG. I don't know what version is used now. So in the Eve Alice Eve, you might as well churn it 10 times, send it back to the exchange. It's the same difference if you just do one transaction. You get the high risk output, you send it directly even with the same amount to the exchange. That's the same as churning it 10 times without overlapping with other feather balls, you know? Yeah.
So, but what I'm saying is I mean, for one, you're right. Like the idea that ring signatures are the problem is so ridiculously overhyped, but it just shows like the level of security consciousness that our community has. But I'm pretty sure the main reason why people fear it so much now is, let's say in 2020, you do a Monero transaction and then you go and try to spend it when it's unlocked for the same amount. Okay. The thesis is, it outside of the fact that it's been lost in the crowd of all of these other transactions that it's couched in. Well, for one, the transaction that was made to give you the output as your future input for when you go to spend the same amount, even all of the crowd that you're lost in, right? It's the plausibility that the crypto that you received and then the crypto that you went and spent, and the fact that it's the same amount, the value of the ring has been lost as far as if somebody has the appropriate computational power to kind of weed out those two transactions. Now, actually, Monero already does something to mitigate this. It favors newer transactions for incorporating it into the ring. But like the reason why I think people are paranoid about ring CT is that, however, I would point out that it's also not fixed by zero knowledge. You see, like, because the plausibility of the same amount being spent twice, but the reality is that the plausibility of
what
the
are you
same
talking
amount
about, man? Not fixed and zero knowledge. It doesn't matter what coin you're using. If you are a high target individual, you get an amount. You go to spend it somewhere else. You're screwed. Doesn't matter how zero sync, quantum proof, and quantum entanglement it is. Doesn't matter.
And
so
that was, you remember
people
when
should
were
study
freaking
Monero.
out?
People should study Monero, and I'm not telling you. I'm not saying anything personal here. The users that are afraid of this should inform themselves how to use the tool properly. And then I see memes about, if you say Monero is private again, I'll shoot you, with a Pulp Fiction like thing. This is ridiculous. Like there needs to be a high signal on the knowledge of Monero. And again, I iterate, there should be a hot chick on YouTube explaining RandomX, explaining Ring CT. There should be a Joe Sixpack doing the same. And there should be a myriad of knowledge, like, you know, like, for example...
Bugs ripped. What are you talking about?
Come on, Alaska, and start cranking out those videos. I know you'd be good at them.
I'm definitely the Joe Sixpack side of things.
What about getting that web person?
Well, the thing is you guys remember the hack, right, where all of the that Monero got hacked, and everybody was like speculating on all these like extremely advanced technical things that may have happened where somebody hacked all of this Monero and blah blah. And I was saying back then, Guys, this is almost certainly like the guy who was the custodian had a hooker over and she found out that there was Monero and she just like took it, right? It's you know, people always speculate on these extremely technical things that may or may not have happened. We just saw it again this week where people are like, oh, Monero's not secure because blah, 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 blah. And then it turned out homie like literally just put a file with like every single like personal detail into, you know, it's never the tech.
I would like to tell a joke. I would like to tell the most epic death possible for Bitcoin. So we are at 500 exahashes. So imagine that we go to, what's the next order of magnitude? I think it's iota or zeta or whatever. So you guys all know that the hash of the block has all these starting zeros, right? The starting zeros from the
continue.
left. Yes. So no one knows how many zeros to the left can exist in a SHA-256 of SHA-256 of the header of the block in Bitcoin. If the target is too low, then no block will be found, and then Monero takes over, I guess. That would be the most epic death for me for Bitcoin.
Oh, so you're saying that it completely runs out and they can't store any, like they can't put any more zeros onto it, so they can't ever find another block?
No, that SHA-256, no one knows if there is an input for SHA-256 that has as output all zeros, right? So if there is not such an output, and only God knows, but how much zeros is maximum? So perhaps there is a target with 2 zeta hashes that just doesn't find a block, you know?
There is such a thing as like a poisoned output that literally destroys the chain because calculating it would require like infinities.
Slave Blocker Florida is asking, where do I start learning? What's your recommendation?
Cypher Bliss said, I have a list of resources on Monero. No babes or six packs though.
I posted a couple in the comments.
I would say go to getmonero.org/library and go to IRC and ask about good cryptography books.
Yeah, I think that Naomi Brockwell will be a good fit for like this one, for explaining with animation the concepts of Monero, like Seraphis, Jamtes, ring confidential transaction and everything, RandomX.
All right, reach out to her and give her Doug's
She
cell
seems
phone
to be
number.
part of the Zcash cult. I've interviewed her in the past, and it was very
That's the funny
abrasive.
thing. Like, yeah, that's the nice thing, and the funny thing is, if you like offer money, people will show up because like they want to do their stuff, but they are like control. Like it's like those maxi mentality. Everyone wants to be
on
in
their
their own
terms.
team.
Yeah. I'm bringing up Joe Wilderness. Joe, you there?
Yeah, even the Joe Venezuela guy, I think he's also cool, but he's also on the
No. I'm
Dash
saying
Zcash team.
we have on
But
the stage
still, he's
Joe.
fun.
Yeah, I'm here.
He also
Wilderness.
mentions about Monero, and it's fun to watch him too.
Yeah, I'm right here. Go ahead.
Who is this?
This is Joe.
Joe, what's going on,
Joe
man?
Wilderness.
Everybody else, mute yourself, please. Joe, what's up? You're on stage.
Yeah, I was just friend of mine told me about this chat, and so I joined in. And I'm just hanging out in the background, listening in.
Who told you about this? Are you into Monero? How'd you find your way to this chat?
I am into Monero. I just started learning about it. I've been in crypto for about 2 years. When I first started, I was a neophyte, and I got scammed like you wouldn't believe on a honey trap. They pushed me into a mining contract, and they took a lot of money from me.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it sucked.
Well, how'd you discover Monero? What was the
Well,
story there?
a friend of mine, it goes by Prancer, and let's see if he's on here. I don't.
Yeah.
Is it Prancing 389?
Prancing 389?
Yeah, that's it.
Here, I'll
okay.
leave so then we could bring him back up if he wants to talk also, because there's max of 10 people on screen right now. So I'll leave.
Hey guys, this is Prancing.
Hey, Prance.
There you are.
So go ahead, Joe. I want to hear the rest of Joe's stories.
Yeah, so Prancer, let's see. I stayed out of crypto for about a year and a half. I set up a website to
Prancing mute so we don't hear you in the background while Joe is talking, please.
Yeah, so what I did was I set up a side-by-side website of the scam site. They were .com. I made it .net and put all of their information on my website, identified them in detail, and so I started advertising my website to a chat room on Reddit, and everybody took a look at it and said, "Oh crap!" So I found another website that has like over 6,000 scam sites on it, that identifies over 6,000 scam sites, and so after that, I kind of went dark, and Prancer and I started looking at Monero for several reasons. One is privacy, which Monero is quite private, and then I started thinking about operational security part of it. If the U.S. Goes to the shibby hit the fan, then you can leave the country and still have your funds secure, so that you can go to another country and live quite comfortably. We looked at Monero debit cards for conversion, and we found several. And then I started thinking about Plan B, which is if the shibby hits the fan, then what facility would you use to get out of the country quickly? So my background is cybersecurity. It's also intelligence, because when I was in the Air Force, my last 4 years was in intelligence, and I learned quite a bit. So I apply what I learned in real life, and I've found a lot of rabbit holes, and I have gone deep into rabbit holes. So I also played around with the dark web, and it's quite interesting. But there's some good stuff about the dark web, and there's some really bad stuff about the dark web. So that's, I'll go ahead and turn over the floor if you have any questions. I can't hear you.
Doug,
sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, no, enjoyed hearing your story. So how do you think Monero then compares to some of the other cryptos in terms of being useful for those purposes, for controlling your own money?
Yeah, what I found is that if you get into, say, not Bitcoin, if you use a wallet called Coinbase, and also, Coin Wallet, and use Coinbase as the exchange, a friend of mine, another friend of mine, we delved into tracing blockchain and to find out where those nefarious transactions went. And then we started tracing the nefarious people, which we used another tool so that we would create a link to a photo or a graphic or whatever, and we'd start, inject it into the conversation so that when they hit that link, it gave us the ability to find out what computers they were using, what their location was, their IP address, if they were in an office park, in a cube farm, and most of them were in Malaysia and Singapore. And we did some more research, and we found out that Singapore, there's 2 or 3 cartels, Chinese cartels, that are running those scam sites. So go ahead.
A quick question. Hey, you should tell them about your newest addition to your website, accepting Monero as a form of payment.
Oh, yeah. I'm running a survival outback website, and I set it up so that I could go ahead and e-commerce. And I found
the
a plug.
URL. Can you tell us the URL?
Yeah, survivaloutback.com.
Go ahead and post that in the comments too. Yeah.
And what I do is I teach people, and people have a point where they can communicate with each other while they're RVing or camping. I also put survival techniques, documents out there, and recipes and whatever. Where was?
You added Monero payment. How'd you add Monero payment? What'd you use?
Okay, so I found a plugin for WordPress.
That's what we use as well. That's a good one.
That accepts over 150 coin. And one of them is Monero, and I also have a
What is it? You know what that plugin is called?
Hang on. Let me log in.
Maybe use Now Payments or something.
That's it.
On
Now
the
payments.
front
There's
is
the
exact
Monero
same
Gateway is a good one to use on WordPress, and that allows you to natively accept Monero. Without going through Now Payments. But yeah, Now Payments is nice because you can accept pretty much any crypto. But you might want to also consider adding Monero Gateway as an additional option. Very cool. So continue. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Gateway. So I haven't had any purchases through that app yet, that plugin.
Okay.
So I'm in the process of marketing it, and once it takes, it'll be a point where people that do have Monero, they can purchase products on my website. Which
what is it again? The website, the URL?
Survivaloutback.com.
All right, let's bring it up.
So it doesn't have many products on it
I don't see you
now.
on Monerica, my man. Have you ever told Monerica that you exist?
What is it?
Yeah, we got to get you listed on Monerica.
Yeah, you gotta. If you want people who are in the Monero community to look at your website, Monerica is like the king of Monero accepting directories.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's getting exposure right now. Is this it?
It's Monerica, Monerica.
I'm linking it for you right now, homie. Check the. There you go, bro. You need to get that guy to put you on his directory.
Oh, nice.
And all you got to do is submit a GitHub request.
Is this the site right now that's up on?
Yeah,
on
that's
the screen. Cool.
Yeah, that's it.
It's still a work in progress.
So how'd you get into this? You've always been kind of expert in this area?
Yes, I have. I've got over 6,000 ebook documents that I've collected over the years. A lot of information that I am in the process of converting to Amazon Kindle.
Cool.
Let's see what else. The training courses I'm developing to go ahead and give people training. Some of them are free, some of them are pay for.
This is really cool, man. Yeah, you should consider coming down to Monerotopia. This would be
consider.
That crowd.
Consider. You will be. You will be.
And I have to ask, if you're Joe of the Wilderness, do you know George of the Jungle?
No. He's in South America.
And you will be too at Monerotopia in December.
Well, my plan B is.
By the way, George of the Jungle was in Africa, but it was a good joke.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. My plan B is going south of the equator.
Okay.
And Sheeran and Camila Cabello, south of the border.
Monerotopia.
What's that?
I was saying it's your plan A when you go to Monerotopia, because that's where it is. It's in Buenos Aires. Monerotopia is December of this year. It's
Argentina.
a conference.
Yep, it's going to be in Argentina.
Okay. I'll be right across the bay.
Oh, there
well,
you go.
I mean, after the conference, you'll be right across the bay. But first, you're going to be there.
Yeah.
So you offer like survival classes and stuff too?
Online, yes.
Dude, you got to present at Monerotopia.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
Digital cash in survival situations.
Yeah, so I teach homesteading, I teach disaster preparedness and recovery, and I teach survival techniques.
Very cool, man. You have an adversarial mindset. That's how you found your way to Monero.
Yeah, I see. I think that's the perfect like overlap with Monero people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is. It's an overlap with a lot of same thinking people. That what they're looking for is security, privacy, and plan A, B, C, and D.
What do you see as some of the things that you wish the Monero community might do to make it, I don't know, to improve it, the peer-to-peer network of opting out? Do you have any thoughts there on how we could grow adoption in Monero?
I would say the first thing would be, if your platform is solid, the first thing, and hit it hard, is to market it and use every aspect, SEO, just everything about Monero. Just market it. Hit your independent journalists and offer them, a discount or an affiliation discount, or just, a PSA on Monero. Public service announcement.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to get a bunch of people together and make a Super Bowl commercial for Monero.
Yeah, I would make
We should do that.
I would make 15-second shorts. Even put those out on YouTube and Rumble. I tend to go to like Getter and Rumble and what's the other one? Starts with a P. I can't remember it.
I think Gap, Rumble.
Yeah, There's Getter, Rumble,
BitChute,
BitChute, Patreon.
Odyssey, yeah.
Mike Adams
Am I
platform.
the only guy who's like a PeerTube only guy except for Monero Talk?
Yeah,
Anywhere but PeerTube except for Monero
there is
Talk.
Odyssey. There are lots of options now. Only thing they need is like UI management, like proper clean UI, and then YouTube will get serious competition.
PeerTube needs more content. That's my biggest problem with it is they need more content.
Yeah, and I think
YouTube?
they also need like an app like in F-Droid. Like many of those services, they do not have like proper F-Droid apps. So yeah.
So that's actually the reason why, even though I paused the whole project for a while, but it's the reason why I started the Get Graphene OS initiative and why I was like sponsoring people under the name of Get Graphene OS. And I stopped working on it for a couple of months, and it was mostly just because inventory management issues were a nightmare. Although I did fix that 2 days ago. But anyway, the reason why I was so obsessed with the Get Graphene thing is I wanted to provide a product that I could then use as a permanent funding model for open source apps inside of an open source ecosystem. And I started with all of the Oxen project people, but I also wanted to see things like a permanently maintained PeerTube official, well, I mean official in quotes, right, app where there was like a single go-to PeerTube app where somebody was also managing like content filtering done by the user, and so a person can kind of like filter out what they don't want to see on an individual basis. But
What's going on? What is the 30-second elevator pitch on Oxen?
It's my opinion that Tor and other means of a private version of the internet, there are not enough options, and I think that the Oxen team has a great philosophy for getting alternatives to just onion sites and Tor. I think we need other options other than Tor, and I think
No, because I saw that there is like this DVPN, and you get like tokens for getting bandwidth to other people, right? So, but that's like bad because you had to, I don't know, like, you know, like you don't know what other traffic you're encrypting and could be dangerous for you. So I don't see any value in that tokenomics there.
Come get me, bro. Like, I don't
If I may,
no, but if it's like public content, which is like Rumble type stuff, where you get the tokens for, that would be nice.
Okay, so DVPN is the device for $200-300, right?
What do you
No, it's decentralized VPNs. So there
No,
are
like-
some coins that where you get paid for the bandwidth of others, as far as I know.
Oh, you don't mean the DVPN device specifically, because there's a device named DVPN that's been advertised on Facebook for about a year now, probably.
No, it's a coin. It's a coin.
Okay.
Who the fuck uses Facebook?
I only use it for things that are necessary. For example, my classes chat and family.
I had to roast you. Of course, it's like some government school or some boomer that you still have to use it for, right? Like,
sadly, yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like the surf internet. Like if we have like an anonymous dark net, like by default, a dark means dark net by default, not as an overlay layer, but like a default layer. The surface internet wouldn't be so messed up right now. Like they're trying to ban like encryption again. Like they're trying to do like child control, like grilling all those social media sites, like trying to ban encryption. They just don't care about children. They just want more control because they like forgot what is personal responsibility. They just want more control. So yeah, there are lots of problems with the surface internet. So yeah, we have to look for solutions, but our ultimate goal should be that, like decentralized, like fully censorship resistant by default internet layer, private
and then like the last hurdle would be like your actual cables, right? Your tier one, because the final boss of the internet is like the AT&T, Verizon, Comcast.
Yep, that's the thing. That's why I think mesh network as well as satellite, like a small reuse. That's why they are going after artificial intelligence, like their LLMs. They are going after those open source LLMs and their devs because they don't want like small reusable rockets to launch like satellite connection with their radio and mesh network. That's their
I don't know if I ever mentioned this to you guys, but I had a project using Yagi antennas out in the desert and setting up networks using Yagi antennas like over long distances in really rural areas to basically prove the case that you could build and here's the thing. The governments of the world are already switching to a splinter net model, and anybody who works in networking right now at like a higher level, they'll be able to tell you that like the splinter net model is the new internet model for our overlords and our corporations and all of that. But the hilarious irony of a splinter net model is it would make it easier for freedom-minded people to decouple from the Orwellian like network control grid. But one of the reasons why I think that there's a lot of fear and a lot of acceleration is because every Monerotopia, yes, I'm totally going to plug Monerotopia on Monerotopia, people. Every Monerotopia where human beings actually meet face to face and build real relationships, trading and transacting value and buying coffee for each other and all of that. Every one of those solidifies the ultimate internet, which is the handshake, right? Because in the end, all of this, as far as a means to an end, Monero or no Monero, the means to an end for us is that we do business with each other and ignore the people that are trying to control the currencies, control the internet, control the infrastructure. Because it's only the fact that we give a shit about anything that they have to say that gives them any power. And for the longest time, I've been saying, like, why don't we just like, I mean, maybe cover the news stories to bring in outsiders, but the bulk of our work, just like our new friend Joe here was saying, and what we've always said is an economy outside of their economy, a currency outside of their currency, a communication channel outside their news feeds. The faster we hit that and the closer we come to all of our neighborhoods having their own mesh network, all of our content being privately hosted, like the faster we get there, the less relevance that all of their government overlord bullshit, it just doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't make any sense, man. How can they say end encryption? Their central bank digital currency will need TLS on TCP. So what is this about? The last bastion
Rule for thee,
liberty?
not for me.
Yes, but the last bastion
it's privacy for the state, but for everyone else, jail time.
The last bastion of liberty will be the VPNs. I mean, in my phone system, and by the way, if anyone wants to help me on that, the code needs to be rewritten. On the bunker phone, Voither 2, like...
By the way, that was the shit. I did take a look at that. That was super fucking cool.
Oh, thanks, man.
So what we have to look at is we have to look at a complete replacement of our central banking system globally and our and our media distribution system globally.
Yeah,
No,
and the
but sorry. My point was, if they ban my point was, if they ban VPNs, they're gonna ban Monero. So that's the last bastion. So
So I just want to point out for, because I always try to keep people from turning into that fucking doomer bullshit that you see all the time. These people that are pretending to be in charge have literally nothing without us. All of their technology is taken from the productive, engineering talents of our people. All of their wealth comes off of the back of our productivity. These people produce nothing. And these people, that's the nature of the parasite, right? They're always looking for a way to take your shit, right? So the harder they squeeze, the less ability they'll have to squeeze. And I also want to remind you, the harder they squeeze, if you think of it in terms of they're doing our penetration testing for us, they're doing our product testing for us, right? If they squeeze hard enough where our systems fail, they have done us the favor of us not working on those systems anymore and pivoting to the ones that continue to work. And one of the things that Slave Blocker was saying earlier about how we have overthought to death the idea of the security vulnerabilities in ring signatures. And, if that's something that somebody wants to work on, more power to you. But anybody who's talking about oh, it's not perfectly secure, at this point, they can go get fucked, okay? Because Monero works now, and it works well. And these fucking crack pipe theoretical, maybe there's a vulnerability that could happen 200 years in the future under these unbelievably specific circumstances, blah, blah, blah. How about instead of sitting here and hating, go do something. Go grow a fucking garden and sell it for Monero. You know what I'm saying? We are already past the threshold of worrying about some law coming down telling us that we can't use encryption. It's I've publicly not paid taxes for fucking forever. And my position has been forever, okay, come and get me. I don't give a fuck. Okay? It's because every time they go and spend all of the time and energy to try to prosecute whoever, over whatever, it's it's theft, it's immoral, go fuck yourself, I don't care. And I hope to be that guy. Okay, come and get me. I would rather spend time with my kids, but I would also rather my kids see me not being a bitch. It's because at some point you just have to tell them, I don't care, I'm going to build something better and you have no right to rule me, and that's it. And all of these theoretical discussions about vulnerabilities 200 years in the future. And then you got Joe Wilderness over here hey, I'm going to build a website and I'm going to accept Monero. And if you want to learn how to grow a garden, let's talk. I like that guy. And all of these Twitter haters about, just we just need to start ignoring they're going to ban VPNs. Well, I'm going to use them anyway. What are you going to do about it?
no, but it will be at the ISP level. I mean, they're privatizing the internet, as Webb said, with New Web. So there are fiber optic cables with 1.7 petabytes. That's 212. Last time I said 300. It's 212.5 terabytes per second. And these are private leased lines. They are private lines. They're going to privatize the internet. So my point is also I want to say
how do we turn the Nodo system into a mesh network?
Not privatized. They are going to KYC the internet layer, ISP level. So yeah, that's the threat, and that's active. Look at China, look at India.
Blocker, I think it's you're not considering the upside to ban it at the ISP level. Fucking do it, bro. Do it. I would love to see them do that. Because the truth is, the hardware and the architecture already exist for us to just build our own, let's call it an alternate, right? Like all of us already use local area networks for all kinds of shit, right? We already know how to do networking without an ISP. We already know how to use mesh networks. The only reason why people don't have 75 phones doing a mesh network with a range extender is because we haven't had to. You know what I'm saying? Like, we already know how to do this shit. And so let them ban us.
Another point I would like to do.
love to not pay $150 a month for something that we could all be doing for free right now.
Doug, sorry, I'll get to that. I wanted to say one thing is that when we get to the threshold of so many people using Monero, it doesn't really matter, because at that stage we won. Because to get Ross out, or to get the Sanj out, or to get the guy from Kickass Torrents out, and more people, it's not about getting them out. It's about us going in and overflowing the fucking prisons until it's done. Yeah,
exactly. Like at some point, the biggest fear of the Orwellian lizard people, technocrat demon creatures or whatever, is that we all just walk up to the prison, walk in, and unlock his fucking door. Like there's literally all of this paperwork, all of these laws, all of these lawyers, all of these courtrooms are to create this massive illusion between there is a door with a guy behind it and it needs to be opened in order to fix a moral dilemma that we have allowed.
But my point is we should do it through the way of wanting to get in, to sacrifice ourselves to get them out by overflowing the prison. That's my point. Because if
you said it better than I did when I was like, come and get me, bro. I'm kind of a confrontational dude, but I like the way you said it. Like, okay, if I need to go in there until the prison is bursting at the seams, like, I mean, you got to realize these people will fucking starve to death if people like me go to prison. You know, like, how are they going to get their food? How are they going to grow their food? They're too busy having like gay orgies in the Senate halls or whatever to actually do anything productive. So,
Doug, to your question, how do we put the nodo?
Turn the nodo into a mesh network. Yeah.
Nodo project as well as hardware wallets. Those are very important, and a mesh network as well as off-chain radio communication. Those are very important for Monero.
Right. So how do we build that into the nodo? Right. So the nodo becomes a self-sustaining network.
Well, the thing is that
open source hardware and just like public.
Yes, public key cryptography. That's it. You just have, it's rather cumbersome, but like I'm biased because I'm talking out of Weather 2 program. You have 255. The Dunbar number is like 150, so you have that. VPN connections to everyone, so you can even call the neighbor miner and ask what's up, how many blocks and stuff like that, and you just have to give them the certificates. That's the cumbersome part. But then a nodo, I guess it's a Raspberry Pi 4 or 5, just would have 500 VPN connections, but I don't know if the CPU will handle that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a Raspberry Pi, but okay, interesting.
And the thing is, like, so I try to keep you motivated, Doug, because I really honestly believe that you fill a gap that like us nerds just can't fucking do, right? We're just not those people. The thing is Nodo represents actually a large step towards, okay, first it's like, here's hardware that we can host light wallets, and then you go to the next step. Here's hardware that's optimized for mining, and then you go to the next step. Here's hardware that's optimized for using the dark web to buy coffee, and like you just keep doing those baby steps where because the truth is hardware for hosting networks is actually not that complicated, right? Now the firmware and having it work fast and all of that, I mean, now you've added layers of complexity to have it at the level that the ClearNet is now with all their proprietary bullshit that most people are using.
No, the
But it
thing is
doesn't
also if you connect, let's say, Doug, you have your nodo connected to another peer, you should trust him because he has a tunnel through you to you, so he could be malicious towards you. So this is the thing that if you open a mesh network, the first hop should be trusted, as I see it. Yeah, and it's also important to, I guess, to modularize the things. Like you have one Raspberry Pi for the phone, the bunker phone. Again, if anyone wants to help me there, that would be great because I cannot look at that code anymore. I'm sorry. And then you have your nodo.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to stress one thing about what he said with your first guy should be trusted. Okay. I just want to point out that in a mesh network, it's not a non-issue, but it is less of an issue because it's only the distance that the mesh network has reach that you have to worry about hostile actors, right? It's not like the whole fucking internet unless it's connected to the whole internet. But the other thing is, as it is right now, if you are now using a mesh net as your primary source of getting outside intel, a whole bunch of other shit has already happened, right? That has changed threat models for literally everybody. Okay.
Yes, but yes, yeah. we are talking about the nodo. So the nodo would be connected to the internet, syncing the blocks, and then it would have a VPN connected to another nodo, and one hop away to another nodo. I would suggest non-transitivity, like not just A to B, not A to B to C, like not A to C, just A to B, B to C, and yeah, between people that you know, and then you can have a bunker phone on another device. Modularization is important, and yeah.
And I wonder if the development of Monero should start turning its attention towards something that's going to work well with the splinter net or mesh network scenario. Like if we can start, you know, I guess I've never really thought of how you would change things either, but maybe that is the next step. Just saying.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to say is that, like, obviously we're able to go on these long conversations talking about Monero. I feel like I have seen in like Telegram voice calls, like they have like a constantly up Telegram voice call. And it's a great place for just people in the Monero community, if we had one, to just like they could come in and at any time of the day, 24 hours, and like just start, you know, talking about Monero. I think there could be a good opportunity for, you know, someone to create that. I don't even know if it costs anything extra to use if you already have an existing Telegram or something. But yeah, I just think that would be a great idea to have like a 24-hour VC or video call or voice call where like people could talk about Monero.
I mean, there wasn't even a guest segment or a dev segment. This is a fucking 4-hour show. Like this, you know, it's just hearkening back to all those haters at the beginning, Doug, when people are like, what are you going to have for content for Monero every single week?
That was when I started Monero Talk too. I was like, yeah, we've come a long way.
Unbelievable. Like this, and every one of these shows gives me like 200 hours of shit that I want to learn about and look into and connect with people. Like every single show, I have a year's worth of the work to just connect and follow up on the stuff that's been brought up. It's unbelievable. This place is like a golden paradise for people who just want to get lost in the technicals.
Yeah, it's become a nice resource.
That, like,
wait, hold on. I just want to ask Remzi. Remzi, you're saying you could easily do that on Telegram? That's something that could be set up?
I've seen it before. I don't know if it costs anything extra, but I think that you could like go in the Monerotopia Telegram and start a voice call. And if you have like it requires basically a few committed people who are just like constantly in there, and there might be like, you know, some empty time, like, you know, people might hop in at different times, or you could maybe do calls like, you know, set them at a specific time. But it's definitely a thing I've seen in crypto communities.
Hey, Ramsey, I think the solution to that would be they're always up, but there's like designated times where people flood in. And then if it peters out, then it peters out. But maybe it'll go all the way until the next dedicated time. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Doug just like literally never cut it off if we were all fucking still here until like next Saturday, you know?
We could experiment with having the stream just go. I mean, that's up to you guys. You know, I'd have to step away, but I don't know what would happen.
Again, the thing of Whitney Webb, what would be the approach, the diplomatic one, to getting her on? Like a fund must be created, right?
Yeah, we would just. We would initially just approach her and see if she's down to do an interview. I don't think she doesn't come across as somebody that we need to pay off to talk to. I think she.
Well, she's a pro. She's a pro. That's why I'm saying that. That would be the right thing to do, I guess.
Yeah, maybe if that comes down to that. But I think she might just be willing to have a conversation. So
you know,
it's a matter of reaching out and getting her attention is really what it's about. Getting her attention.
Yeah, about this one network layer. Yeah, we have to like look at, is our like hardware infrastructure like Nodo, like we have a umbrella for Monero. Then we have to look out like we have a proper like distribution of open source hardware wallets. Then we have to look at like what is the alternative for those Go-Tena mesh networks, like fully open source, no like radio communication regulation garbage or bullshit. So we have to like look at like step by step, baby step, like Ascanon has said, like baby step. We have to like fully like make sure that Monero has like an alternative for all those solutions. Then we have to look at like, are those mesh networks or radio communication like communicating like blinded, like fully encrypted and blinded with one another?
About that whole like baby step thing, just to add to it real quick. This idea of building something almost identical to Monero but in Rust, and this idea of like having merge mining, and this idea that that Slav Blocker was talking about, you know, modifications that can be made to the way that the chain is conducted. So historically speaking, it is actually really fucking weird to have one currency, right? The fact that the dollar has dominated the money supply is actually way outside of the historic norm, because even when gold is kind of like the unofficial reserve currency, it's actually not in the history of it all, right? It's like gold plus these 7 things and then these 12 things in these areas, right? And the thing is if a whole bunch of different Moneros within multiple parallel economies, and then the architecture of the seamless transition between each other, like Sarai decks, becomes a thing. And if people are just used to the idea of there being several different versions,
the thing of merge
currency. Go ahead.
The thing of merge mining is only an advantageous situation to adopt merge mining. Let's say if you are worried because of the 51% attack, then you would have like merge mining with Litecoin, where the hash power of Litecoin is supporting you. Bitcoin will not merge mine with Monero, because
I mean, that's what I was getting at. It's not about,
so it's not a smart contract. I never used a smart contract.
It's about what you were saying 2 weeks ago, when you were saying if the hash power went up, it would probably pump the price as well. That's kind of where that's what I'm thinking. I'm not really as worried about a 51% attack right now as the idea of because if you merge mine, it pumps the price because of the hash. Like I had never thought of it until you brought it up, actually. But
no, that's because of the cost. Again, None of us have Monero, so there is no supply. So the price of Monero ideally depends on the average cost globally of mining a block, plus there is no supply, but okay, plus the demand, plus the speculation, and another thing, because now we are in cryptocurrencies, the health of the network. If you go to Chinatown, you want to pay for something, and the lady tells you, no, cannot pay with this because coin A is spam blocked, so you cannot, the network is down, price goes down immediately because it's a highly competitive network. This is the most ruthless money. The value of this currency lies in its utility. That's a great meme. The value of the cryptocurrency lies in its utility, and lies, and more lies. The BIS does not need Bitcoin. I'm just rambling.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like if you use all of these solutions in parallel as much as you can, so maybe you do make a blockchain. So for example, how much revolutionary ideas have been explored on chains like Bawdyanarchist that would be compatible with updates into Monero? I'm not exactly sure, but on the flip side, look at how much Monero has done for Tor with RandomX, right? So if you have competing blockchains, but you also pump the price with merge mining, plus you also have it where like this blockchain is dedicated towards advancing the tech for being usable on mesh networks. This blockchain is dedicated for advancing the tech of securing privacy on the ClearNet. This blockchain is dedicated towards advancing the tech for making smart contracts more efficient while merge mining, right? And then you have multiple dexes that are streamlining basically making it really easy for somebody who defaults to Monero to just seamlessly spend Monero at somebody who is receiving Bawdyanarchist or somebody who is receiving some other token. And now you have made it a moot point for somebody to even try to attack one chain over the other or try to shut down the ClearNet when mesh networks are just a given that they will work the minute that you shut down the internet, right?
I mean, I don't know which coin would merge mine with
muted,
Monero.
Bro. We didn't hear you.
I don't know which coin would merge mine with Monero. Do you hear me?
Doug, you were saying
we heard
something.
You, bro.
Yeah.
No. All good on my end.
The thing is, the merge mine with Monero, I think most of the privacy coin or like those dark fight, they will, and auction maybe, and wow Monero, I think those will be the only coins doing it properly. But yeah, I think like people are discussing like a ring signature and full chain membership proof. Yeah, okay, the discussion is fine. Then we have to look like, we have to see, we are like a minority chain and we are like a privacy chain. So what are the trade-off? Like Eve attack, like we have like in ring signature. Okay, what's the best mitigation within ring signature? If there is one, yeah, it's best to implement it. If there is no such implementation, like a ring signature is giving problem and full chain membership proofs are solving those problems, yeah, it's best to switch it. So yeah, there is like trade-off. We have to see what are the trade-offs in each models. And the thing is,
and it is the informed people, that give the signal, because this concept of decoy devs is important, because we don't want our devs going to jail, and we should protect each other.
Yeah, I have to say another 2 points. Like one point is within 50 years, the tech will not be the same. Like the Merkle tree, the root, all those tech which are coming out, even the zero knowledge proof, those will change like drastically. And another thing is like you look at our enemies, they are trying to put cryptocurrency as assets. Why? Because they don't want even the concept of currency. Like people use peer-to-peer money. Why? Because they won't pay like capital gains tax if they do it too much. So now they lost their control. So the thing is, our enemies want control. How do you mitigate that? Use tools like Monero or other privacy coin or whatever as peer-to-peer money. Use circular economy, and then you have to look at like our devs. Are they in the shadows? Are they paying their tax? If they are not, then that's good. I'm not saying advocating like don't pay your taxes, but for
I
security
am, but
reason,
I
if you're
just
in a
hope Ko
privacy
knows.
coin,
I hope Ko knows
yeah.
that I will die in a hail of bullets before I will let that man go to jail. Just saying. And no, you shouldn't
that's
pay
the
your
thing.
taxes. It's evil.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like if you are like a developer of like a privacy coin and you are like in a insane dystopian world, and if you just give up your like information, oh, I got this much income while working as a developer, then you are screwed and the project basically will get co-opted. So yeah, for security reasons, we want our privacy community, all the devs, to be in the shadows as well as not paying taxes. Otherwise, if they get Monero and they report it, then they are screwed.
Just so everybody knows, if you ever want to pay your devs, you can still put cash in a bag, wrap the bag up tight, dig a hole, put the bag in the hole, cover it with Tabasco sauce, bury the bag, and then inform your dev on encrypted communications where they can find the bag of cash. Because the
That's why we need like
digging up into the hole. Okay. But anyway.
Yeah, that's why we need like proper like cryptographic solution for like dummy wallets or decoy wallets. Like you have your policy.
That sounds like just a good way to
coins on their doorstep. Just saying.
Alaskan. That sounds like just a good way to run local Monero. You know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like we need tools for like yeah, we need tools like this one for like decoy wallets or like dummy wallets. But we have to see, like we have to means we have to put that structure in proper way. Like we have like our policy with one passphrase, like we will have our main wallet. With another passphrase, we will have our decoy and dummy wallets. So yeah, like for even for defense, like for defense against wrench attack, $5 wrench attack in the US, or like in proper like a free world, like you have your like guns, like you use your Second Amendment rights. But for the rest of us, like it's another layer of defense will be like dummy and decoy wallets with proper use of cryptography and zero knowledge proof. So yeah, we have to like see that we have no we have to, even I think Monero, it will change. Like we'll see Monero with less view keys, less like transaction history, like proper use of zero knowledge proof. Yeah, it will change, but we have to like make sure the time is there and the developers, the new one and the old developers, are staying in the shadows and they are not revealing their income tax or capital gains tax. Otherwise they are screwed. Like even if you want to
why
pay
are they
tax,
screwed if they're I don't know about that. I don't know if the devs are
No,
screwed.
the view keys is a good thing. Like it's optional privacy. That another point is like imagine that not merge mining, but like proof of useful work by Monero miners, like cracking enzymes or cracking DNA sequences for the benefit of humanity, you know. Then the regulators come, you evil Monerians, and we say, no, we're contributing to medicine, folks. What is your problem? We also have view keys here, and it's good. And then they ask, are you a dev? And no, me love you. I dev, me love you. I do git push Tor over SSA, but I lose keys. Please talk with my lawyer.
Can we let Cypher do that screen share thing? He's been waiting for a really long time. Can we all just let's let Cypher Bliss do his screen share thing that he's been talking about? Because there's also people in the YouTube audience that really want to see what he's talking about.
Is that cool with you, Doug?
Go ahead, Cypher.
Yeah. Go ahead, and we're gonna end the stream after this. Go ahead.
Okay. Present your screen. Show screen. How does it look?
It's not up yet on our end. But also, Cypher, are you in the Element group? I don't think I've ever seen you.
No, I'm not on anything really. Like Signal is the closest I get to anything.
He sounds like me a year ago, Doug. Remember?
We found another one. Go ahead and do the. You're doing present and
Yeah,
selecting
make sure
the.
you do the
It
present.
says
Oh, here it is. Here it
recording.
is. Here it is. Here it is.
Okay, now I
Here it
can
is.
see it.
Simplex
You are
group will be a good addition for you.
So you can see it now?
Yep.
Yep.
We see your screen.
So here. I'm not on YouTube, so I can't like paste it, but here we go. Prancing, he was talking about it a few weeks ago. He's trying to learn new stuff. I've basically watched everything on YouTube about Monero and Red and stuff like that. So here's my take. I think this would be helpful for anyone getting into Monero or people are already into it. We got Monero Sun Money Safe Mode by Monero Community Workgroup featuring Dr. Daniel Kim. We got some The Hated One videos, Watchman Privacy, people have mentioned, Monero Magazine, Monero Mateo, what's going on, bro? Untraxable, Mental Outlaw.
Also, Monero Mateo, if you're watching this, will you please produce content again?
No, he's running again. I think he posted
Yeah, a
something around
month
Christmas.
ago, dude. Like he was
Okay.
fire. It's like, come back, dude. We
Yeah.
missed you.
He's awesome. He's got great takes on Bitcoin and Monero and everything. I love him. Yeah, so that's it. And finally, like all of these are videos, and the last one is Mastering Monero. You can get it for free at Mastering Monero or buy it if you want. Keep up to date. I would say get monero.org, the Monero Community Work Group. They have a YouTube channel, great talks there. Monero Talk, of course. And I don't know, like hashtag Monero. I can't see that much. But I can copy paste this into the private chat, and then I don't know, people can share it from there.
We should probably make a short out of that and throw it up.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
people
good.
can just like screenshot. If you're on YouTube, you can screenshot that. You have to type it in manually, but I mean, it doesn't take that much time. I think I watched pretty much everything on Monero. That's not a like clickbait, money go up type thing. And for me, like this is great. If you go through this, you'll be well familiarized with Monero and everything. So I'll post that in the private chat, and maybe Doug or anyone else can share
thanks,
that
Cypher.
further. Yeah. I think
Much
you got
appreciated.
cut off, but
Awesome.
yeah, I'll get all of it in there. That's it. Thanks.
I was thinking about doing something super clickbaity, like Monero is the only legitimate stable coin, and then doing another one like 100x your bags with Monero or something. Like and like I don't know.
Yeah, there's not much of that here in the resources, but you know, anything that helps.
But it's still a good resources.
Yeah, I think so. I've carefully selected them through like everything I've seen on Monero. I haven't read the Monero standard yet, so maybe that could be a good resource too. I can't say anything about it yet, but these are my top 10 resources right here. So hope it helps anyone new to Monero or old, especially like Arctic Mine.
Yeah, I think it will need
on
1.0 to Monero
Mateo.
guide. Yeah, I think 1.0 to Monero guide. That is also good.
Yeah, that's more technical. So I don't know if I would like put it on a start your Monero journey list, but yeah, definitely.
I think after Monero, mastering Monero, the last one will be 0 to Monero for like the ultimate guide. Yeah, and the discussion I was talking about view keys. Yeah, we have to look at what are the trade-offs, what are the benefits. Like everything is about the trade-offs and the benefits.
And your
So if
present, bro, and the presentation. Otherwise, it's just gonna have that weird fucking thing in the background.
Well, I2P, I think it's a good thing to have view keys. So you are at one side. Well, it is a thing of the regulators, but it's just optional. Like, okay, don't nothing and stuff like that. But it's just like joking with them. You see, it's not bending the knee. It's joking with them. That's different. That's different. You know,
I look at
and it increases the use case of Monero. You can also have other use cases for it than just for the regulator. The view keys are used for other things too. Like
yeah, nobody
for your
gives
own
a shit
accounting
about the
and shit like
regulators. It's
that.
about having like the ability to broadcast or the ability to use wallets in certain ways that also don't compromise the security of your coins. View keys, especially the way that they're going to be implemented in Seraphis in particular right now. Justin Berman, he did a presentation at Monerotopia about view keys, if I'm not mistaken. I've read some of the stuff he's written. The things that are going to be available to devs by having view keys, and like the way that and think about the implications for a Kuno project, right? Where if a person is making a Kuno, and then they can have view keys for whatever it is that they're claiming that they want to do, and maybe you could take like chunks of the financing at a time and then demonstrate that you use the first wave of funding for what you said you would. View keys are going to be unbelievably valuable for this space, I think.
Tux is back.
Yeah, the view keys. We have to look like.
Yeah, the view keys. Like, there is a benefit like charity purpose and all that. But yeah, we have to look like the view keys of old Monero and the Seraphis upgraded Monero, as well as full chain membership proofs Monero. Those will be different, and the view keys will also shift within time. Yeah, Jamtis also, and view keys will also like shift within time when new upgrades come up. It will get better, but yeah, we have to look at the trade-offs also. So yeah, it's not like view keys are the final solution. Like view keys are not the final solution. We just have to look at the trade-offs. What trade-offs do they have? What benefits do they give?
Guys, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. Tux, you wanted to say something?
I was just saying, I can't believe you guys are still. I was like, I keep checking every so often because I'm trying to get Ren in the video. And I'm just like, oh wow, they're still live.
We just let it go. We had a couple of new guests up
here. Were you guys
here.
talking about the new view key?
That was just the most recent part of the conversation.
Yeah, I figured.
All right, guys, I'm gonna close it out. Unless anybody has anything that they need to get out there before I close it. But I think we've all had plenty of time to speak. Anything?
Use
anything
Monero.
Essential? All right.
Shum.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We do these shows every week at 11 a.m. Eastern. See you guys next week.
Bye.
Adios.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group.